things in terms of making sure that policies are in place. Research in terms of science also needs to make sure that it's looked into programming and practice. I'm here to facilitate session 1. This is the most important one because we're going to set the scene. So colleagues, we are going to spend 1 hour, 30 minutes together, and allow me to direct the program. Before we start, I've been told that I will be in the wrong side of the protocol if we don't ask for the national anthem for the Republic of South Africa. I'll ask the tech team to line it up. We can all stand. Anthem started in the middle, so we are asking him to start it from the beginning so that we don't result the national anthem. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Before I introduce the objectives of the dialogue, I want to ask my colleagues then to project the credentials for our social media platforms. I don't know whether it's me or is the technology. I was starting to blame myself that maybe my blood then is not going well with this technology. So I was reassured by the minister that it's not me, but it's the technology. So thank you so much, Minister, for the reassurance. I was about to say that we are having social media credentials, so I will ask my colleagues to share them so that I don't go through all of them, because we do have got the hashtags for the dialogue itself, and also then we are having the handles that are from the partners. So if I start to go through all the list, I think I will use the entire time which we're supposed to be using for the deliberations. So if they are projected there, colleagues, please then feel free to tweet, to use your Facebook, to use your LinkedIn to make sure that we communicate to other audiences who are not here. When I come back now to why we are gathered here, we have got three well-thought objectives for this dialogue. Honorable Board Chair, Dr. Theo Diaka, Honorable Minister, the three objectives for this policy dialogue are: one, to share empirical evidence of the importance of climate-smart agriculture in transitioning to resilient farming communities in sub-Saharan Africa. The second one, related to the first one, is that we're not only about evidence, but we are about developing recommendations on how to build climate-smart and resilient farming systems in sub-Saharan Africa, but making sure that the innovations, the technologies are taken to stay. The third one, we know that we cannot do it as Fanafan alone or as each individual institution. Therefore, the third objective is about networking and promoting partnership, but not only about that. We are about action. We are tired of rhetoric. Now we need to move to action. Without any further ado, the first segment of the morning session has got two speakers. The first one is Dr. Neil Lazaro, who is the Research Program Manager at the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. This is our development partner. We have been working with them 10-year journey, and I've been told that we are going to extend our partnership by another 4 years, so we really appreciate it. Then I've been given bios here. Some of them are too long, then I will just pick some important things that I need to mention to introduce the speaker. Neil is a water and development specialist. He leads the water program at ASEA, and his interest focuses on how society makes complex trade-offs in resource-constrained environments, drawing on his socio-economics and natural science skills. His work spans across social and environment justice, poverty alleviation, marine and coastal resource management, drought and water security. Neil, please, you can come and have the podium. After that, then I'll introduce the second speaker. You have got 10 minutes to deliver your opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Minister, Fanafan CEO and Chair, honourable guests, distinguished guests, and for those of you who maybe aren't yet distinguished but are very hard workers and the lifeblood of projects, welcome to you too. But just a quick story to eventually talk about ACR. The 30% of Australia's 25 million population is born outside of the country. outside of Australia, and I'm one of them. Ek het my Afrikaans in Kaapstad geleer. And everything changes, as we heard just before, including accent, it appears. So after a long time in Australia, my accent has become Aussie. But I wanted to tell you a story. In 94, already after having immigrated for some years, I came back to Cape Town to do honours at UCT. 94 was an important year for South Africa, as you all know. I came back as a student of political studies, and I was so excited about South Africa's new constitution and the Bill of Rights and the promise that it upheld for this country. But it was, you all, can I change the slides here? Sorry, there's just a delay in the slides. Anyway, could I just get some assistance on the slide deck, please? Could you go to the second slide, please? So, back one. One more. Thank you. You'll remember that election. Some of you, I'm sure, were big parts of it. I always wondered what happened to the soccer party. But I was so headstrong, and I had really clear ideas about what I thought needed to happen in South Africa from a political perspective. But they were naive. I needed local experience. I needed local knowledge. I needed friends on the ground, eyes and ears, to help me moderate those thoughts and to help me think about what would work best. And I think that's exactly the same story for ACR as a development partner. It's not good enough to have the right intentions and a good heart. To be targeted, to be direct, and to really make the best difference, you have to have strong, knowledgeable and trustworthy local partners. And I think that is such an important message to convey, and that's what I wanted to share in terms of my experience working with ACR. Next slide. So we're an independent statutory agency. We were formed about 40 years ago. Our CEO reports directly to our Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade. And our goal essentially is to work with an agriculture and livelihood lens, to work with partners to develop livelihood options and improvements for farmers and for smallholder communities in countries where Australia provides overseas development assistance. And the key message to get across is we're a research for development agency, but we're very clear that research without actually providing an end game for farmers which sees an economic uptick in their livelihoods is no good at all. It's the wrong research at the wrong time and at the wrong price. Next slide, please. So we work in a whole range of mechanisms through multilateral and bilateral partnerships and increasingly through education and capacity building initiatives. And I'm very excited that one of our launch funds through the VIA Academy is joining this conference over the next week or so. And you've all heard about the Virtual Irrigation Academy, and we're excited to have that here. Next slide, please. So our 10-year strategy, it kind of mirrors the opening remarks, really trying to understand food security, and for those countries and those areas where they've met food security, it's not just about food security, but it's about safe food as well. But thinking through food in the context of where it's produced, what's the carbon footprint, what are the impacts on women and girls, what's food loss like after it leaves the farm gate, and how does that happen in the context of managing a natural environment, in some cases a natural environment that's changing quite quickly. Next slide. So we've been working in Africa for over 30 years. Could you click through to the end of the slide, please? We had a regional office in Kenya since 2012. Over the last 35 odd years, we've had roughly 130 million US in direct project investments. And our estimates are that that's delivered nearly close to 2 billion in aggregate benefits to farmers in mainly Eastern and Southern Africa. And our priorities are strongly aligned with those of our regional partners. It's absolutely imperative for our partnerships. Next slide, please. So as I said, we work in a number of countries, mainly Eastern and Southern Africa. Of our 10 programs, I lead the water program. 7 of the 10 programs are active. And our partnerships at local level and up to subnational level and also regional level are all really important. A key aspect of our work is developing alumni, so ACR supports Masters and PhD scholarships, and we're very proud that almost 40 alumni out of that program are actively working in the region. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to very, very quickly touch on 3 projects. You know them well, that my program had active in the region. The first is the Virtual Irrigation Academy project. Professor Sturzak is here in the audience, and the VIA has a booth out. The intention behind this project is really low-cost, easily workable, go back one please, technology that can support farmers manage water on farm so that water is used most productively. And we'll learn more about the VIA over the next few days for those of you who are unfamiliar with it. Next slide, please. We have another project with Geoscience Australia and Digital Earth Africa, and this is really working at that interface of translating that earth science remote sensing data in that public good space from where it might sit in data or defence agencies through to ag and water agencies to try and make observations at scale about how we can improve our understanding of water resources, of agricultural opportunities, and make that information available through these public good channels. And there's a long way to go with this work still, but we feel it's incredibly promising, and in a small way we're helping to support DEA on this project. Next slide, please. And so the Digital Earth Africa team is here as well. In the minute I've got left, the intention behind that diagram is not for you to understand it, except to say that we understand that doing agriculture on smallholder farms is not a simple task. It's complex. There's so many interconnected bits and pieces, and this project really did very well to work to understand farm business models and the opportunities for farmers to manage water, to understand how to get products off the farm, to value add over time, and we're so excited about this project. Next slide, please. So finally, this is my last slide. Going forward, we're excited about a new investment on circular food systems that's building on that previous work, the Transform Irrigation in Southern Africa. We're hoping to go to contract in the next couple of months. We're looking at opportunities to build out the VIA and also the Digital Earth Africa work around their roadmap. And we're thinking harder about a larger, longer investment around drought in Eastern and Southern Africa, and quite excited about the prospects for that too. So to wrap up, I wanted to thank the hosts for pulling everyone together. Dialogue is so important. The convening power of dialogue is absolutely critical. I'm here to listen, to learn and to participate. And I wish you all the best for the next few days and look forward to participating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil. You will be happy to learn that I am a beneficiary of John Allright's fellowship, which is part of ASEA. So that financed my PhD study, which I spent 3 years in Australia. So I'm honored to still be partnering with ASEA in an official capacity. The next person to give the opening remarks is the FANAPAN board chair, Dr. Theo Diaka. Since now we are trying to manage our time, Theo, I won't read your bio. I know me and you, while we have CEO, board chair, co-coffee, I will apologize for that.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development of the Republic of South Africa, Mrs. Angela Thokozile Didiza, Dr. Neil Lazaro, Research Program Manager of ACR. James Sarambura, Executive Director, SADC Groundwater Management Institute. Dr. Lita Matinga, President and CEO of the Agricultural Research Council here in South Africa. Representatives from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development here in South Africa. Representatives of the Department of Irrigation, Ministry of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development in Zimbabwe. Representatives from the National Institute for Irrigation in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in the Republic of Mozambique. Representatives from CGAIR, International Agricultural Research Centers. Representatives of various funding agencies. Representatives from the University of Pretoria, who's hosting us this week. Vanderpand node coordinators from Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. My colleagues, the farmers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you here at the 2023 Regional Climate Smart Agriculture Policy Dialogue in Pretoria. And isn't it wonderful to meet in person again? It's just different when you can shake somebody's hand and look them in the eyes. It makes the discussions so much easier too. There are many who will not be here today, tomorrow, and the day after, but who will link with us digitally. Welcome to all of you. The theme for this policy dialogue, transitioning to a climate-smart, resilient farming system in sub-Saharan Africa, could not have come at a better time. You know, COVID have really changed how we think about food systems. If nothing else, it showed us that we can really live without most of the things we thought were indispensable in our lives, but we cannot live without food. The whole world is more sensitive about how we approach food and diets. For the next 3 days, I want to ask you not to focus on the challenges we face in our food systems, the problems, not even the causes or the symptoms. I want to request you to focus on the solutions, the innovations, the success stories, the lessons we can teach each other and what we can learn from each other. We can save each other some school fees. The keys we need to transition to climate resilient farming systems. I'm a farmer, so forgive me if I have very little patience. If you earn your livelihood with your fingers in the soil, you know that the seasons do not wait for you. And as farmers, no one needs to convince us about climate change. We feel it. If not in our orchards, in our fields, on our bodies, we certainly feel it in our pockets. If I can abuse the opportunity for half a minute to bring in a farmer's angle to these deliberations too. For the last 5 years, I was the president of the World Farmers Organization, and I had the privilege to tour the world, to meet farmers on 6 continents. And when you talk climate-smart agriculture to American farmers, they hear party politics. They hear Al Gore, and they get stuck to that. When you talk about climate-smart agriculture in Southeast Asia, Latin America, or here in Africa, farmers say, if I do my level best, if I do everything right, but my neighbor does nothing, it will all boil down to nothing, because the climate covers us all. But more than 80% of what a farmer can do on the production process to do climate smart agriculture is being done in the soils. And the soils have not been politicized. And what you invest in your soils, you have the direct benefit of it. It goes nowhere. So a focus on healthy soils. It's about how we work it, whether we turn it or rip through it, what we spray on it, what we fertilize on it, how we do our irrigation. All of that makes a massive contribution towards climate smart agriculture. And you might be aware that there's more species of life in one fistful of soil than there have ever been humans on this planet. It's about the health of those microorganisms. And whether you farm cattle or goats, whether you farm grain, whether you do cropping or fruit or vegetables, even if you farm fish, it all starts with healthy soils. And I have this dream, I share this dream with hundreds of thousands of other farmers in Africa, that we become the breadbasket of the world because we take proper care of our soils. And by doing that, hit a dent in climate adaptation with even mitigation co-benefits too. So I know we will come up with solutions simply because Van der Pan has a way to bring the brightest minds on the continent together in this kind of deliberations. If we cannot hatch a solution yet, there will be no solution. Can I just acknowledge the TESA consortium who have been working together for the last 12 years to transform smallholder irrigation schemes. And that is in Mozambique, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, with the support of the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, the Australian National University, the University of South Australia, Ministerio de Agricultura in Mozambique, the RD University in Tanzania, the International Crop Research Institution for the Semi-Arid Tropics in Zimbabwe. Finally, our team here in Van der Pan will welcome and thank you for the work which has culminated in this regional platform. I also want to acknowledge the co-conveners who has made this gathering possible. The Van der Pan Node hosting institution in South Africa, that's the NAMC, the National Agricultural Marketing Council. Also the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development here in South Africa. A special word of thanks for Minister Didiza for creating this space. The Agricultural Research Council, the ARC, here in South Africa. COMESA, the Common Market for East and Southern Africa. SADC Groundwater Management Institute. The Australian Centre for International Agriculture, ACIR. The Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, the International Water Resources Association, the International Water Management Institute, the SA Wine Industry Transformation Unit, the Human Research Council of South Africa, and the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions. Last but not least, the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. Without your support, this dialogue would not have been possible. Thank you for being a partner here. Each one of you owes it to the rest to bring your best ideas out onto this table. So without further ado, we have this very exciting program ahead, and it's going to be what you make of it. It is my wish, it's really my prayer, that it will be fruitful deliberations.
Thank you so much, Chair, and also to acknowledge Prof. Francois Lepul, also a Van der Pan board member, So we really acknowledge your presence. I've been told that I didn't introduce where the bathrooms are. The bathrooms are around the corner. Don't get scared. You go down through the corridor. You will find the bathrooms there. The next speakers are from the 3 partnering institutions. I won't do the bios. We are very beyond time. The Honorable Minister asked that she should be out of this place by 10:30. Honorable Minister, when I stand up and come and stand here, I'm still trying to honor your time contract. So the next speaker is Engineer Dr. James Sauramba, Executive Director, SADC Groundwater Management Institute. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, CEO. Let me acknowledge all the protocols, Honorable Minister, Board Chairperson, and all the special guests that are here today. I represent an organization called the Southern African Development Community Groundwater Management Institute. It's a bit long, but we just call it SADC GMI. We are a center of excellence for groundwater development and management in the Southern African region. We are hosted in the Republic of South Africa on behalf of the other 15 SADC member states. Our offices are at CSIR. In brief, we are a subsidiary of the SADC Secretariat, and we receive our strategic guidance from the Division of Water in the SADC Secretariat. Let me come to the topic of this gathering. So we figure from the objectives of this gathering that we are supposed to share empirical evidence on the importance of climate-smart agriculture in transitioning to resilient farming communities in sub-Saharan Africa, and to develop recommendations on how to build climate-smart and resilient farming systems in sub-Saharan Africa. So from our perspective, we acknowledge the fact that climate smart and resilience comes from water security as well. And we are coming in from the water security angle. And our niche area is groundwater. So we acknowledge the fact that we have an opportunity to contribute to resilience in our communities through the sustainable development and management of groundwater resources. We also leverage on our partnerships. We are quite a small institution. I think we started our operations in 2016, to be realistic, and we are still quite young, but we rely very much on partnerships. The reason why we are here is because we partnered with Fantan to extend our footprint into other areas where we possibly don't have as much strength. So we will leverage on their strength, and they will leverage on ours. And hence, we have got a memorandum of understanding with Fantan to work on the subject matters of common interest. Our SADC region has got a huge dependency on groundwater. I'll give you a few facts here. Groundwater is indispensable to support community livelihoods through 3 specific areas: food security. It also contributes to public health. I think we know in most urban areas, a lot of urban areas with mega cities coming up, the dependence on groundwater is increasing. There's also peri-urban farming in the urban areas, and it also supports the ecosystems. We possibly know that with the level of poverty in our region, especially in the rural areas, the dependency on ecosystems is quite high. And we have a lot of groundwater-dependent ecosystems that our people depend on. So with groundwater, we are also supporting the resilience, because groundwater is a very dispersed resource. I mean, it exists in many remote areas, and you can easily access it to support community livelihoods. At the same time, we can also pollute it, and once it's polluted, it is almost impossible to clean it again. Our region, about 70% of the population of our region, which is about 345 million, depends on groundwater for their primary livelihoods. That's quite an enormous percentage. And 83% of all the water resources in our region in SADC goes to agriculture. So we are in the right place. And out of that 83%, 88% comes from surface water, and about 12% comes from groundwater. At the same time, our region has got enormous renewable groundwater resources, and we only use about 1.5% of that. So what does it mean? It means we've got a massive potential to exploit groundwater resources and enhance agriculture development and achieve resilience that we are actually targeting to achieve in the context of this conference. So increasing water demand, climate change, pollution are exerting a lot of pressure on groundwater. You can think about the cities and how much sewage you see flowing all over. It ends up in groundwater. Once it's polluted, what happens next? It is no longer usable. To clean that groundwater so that it becomes usable for other livelihood activities becomes a mammoth task. So our focus as SADC groundwater management is to ensure that the groundwater resources are managed and developed in a sustainable way. We also have an interesting scenario in our region. We've got rivers that flow. In SADC, we've got 15 surface water systems, and we also have about 30 transboundary aquifers. These are reservoirs of groundwater that are shared between the countries. And these systems coexist. They occupy the same spatial space. So it means if we are going to do agriculture, pollution, abstraction, and so on, we have to manage both surface and groundwater. So this is our emphasis on groundwater resources. So what do we do? I'm going to my last few notes. So we have to build strong institutions to enhance the governance of groundwater resources. So institutions are very important to enable us to manage this resource and to build resilience. We also have to make informed decisions through data collection, information generation, knowledge generation, and use of that knowledge to develop to make water available for development. We also have to create enabling policy, legal and institutional frameworks to be able to make decisions and to facilitate the development of water resources and have water security for our development. And finally, we have to facilitate the sustainable groundwater development and management through investments in infrastructure to abstract the water, infrastructure to monitor the water, and ensure that we are not polluting and making it unavailable for subsequent usage. So thank you so much for inviting us to this gathering. I believe that through these discussions, we will contribute to sustainable usage of water resources and water security and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Sauramba. I know within the field of engineering, precision is very important, so even time precision is important. Thank you so much for that. The next partner is representing the Agricultural Research Council of South Africa. I thought I'm the only person with a difficult surname to pronounce, Rita. So the ARC CEO, I will try my best, is Lita Magita.
Thank you, CEO, and I appreciate the effort. And I always say to people, if it's any consolation, even our children are not born with the natural ability to pronounce and speak sound. So they have to learn. They go through the earlier years of schooling being unable to pronounce their names. But yeah, so for adults it may take a little bit of time. Thank you once again for the opportunity. Minister, the chairperson of the board of FANAPAN, and the senior leadership, the heads of missions, and distinguished guests, captains of industry that are with us today, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today, this policy dialogue and the theme, it takes place really at a time when the impact of climate change can be felt by all of us. The occurrence of extreme weather events is becoming even more frequent. I think some of the extreme weather events are still very fresh in our minds. We don't even need to go back deep into history. And we are seeing them even more frequently, which means that our response mechanisms have to be appropriately aligned to respond to these emerging challenges visited upon us by the changing climate. That also means that the whole debate around food system transformation should be anchored in understanding the changing environment, the rapidly changing environment, and to make sure that we create and we develop food systems that are resilient, that are going to withstand these changes. And in that regard, science and scientific research really has a very important role to play. And that's where an organization like ours really belongs in this kind of dialogue to contribute. And I agree with you, Dr. Diarra. It's about solution, developing solutions. And I think it was the young Didiza who noted that we should be talking about adaptation at this stage, because it's not like there is an option of really stopping or modifying the changing climate. We may be able to invest in mitigation strategies, but we have to adapt, and that is the basis of what we should be doing. So at the ARC, we have a number of initiatives aimed at really both adaptation and mitigation, and there is quite a bit of monitoring work around climate change, particularly for agriculture. And there are a number of models that have also been developed by my colleagues over the years that assist us to understand this changing environment better. I don't have enough time to go into all of them. And I'm just going to mention just a few of those initiatives that we are involved in. This long-term data collection that I have talked about, for instance, assists us to develop tools that assist farmers in terms of risk management, climate change risk management. And we have long-term data that goes back to 1900, which becomes very useful in the kind of conversations we're talking about. And it also enables us to meet not just for those for the farmers, but to also meet our own reporting and global agreements as a country. We have initiatives that allow us, for instance, to develop early warning systems to some of the major changes in our climate. And again, some of these we work with private sector partners, and in this particular example, we work with the insurance industry, for instance, to be able to manage the risk within the industry. I think some of you are familiar with our drought-tolerant maize cultivars that we produced with a number of several partners across the region, which again, because these challenges can't be contained within a set of political borders. So we worked with partners and developed a number of cultivars that are not only drought resistant, but also are able to withstand some of the diseases that are common when it comes to the maize crop, which is an important crop in the context of this country, of course, and several other Southern African countries as a staple. Climate smart research projects have also provided us with effective technologies, of course, in other commodity groups beyond just the grains. we have developed technologies, for instance, within the potato industry. Our potato research program has developed new varieties with improved potential yield, potential that stabilizes the yield, drought tolerance, heat tolerance, and resistance to some of the major pests and diseases, as I said. And the ARC currently manages the only active potato breeding program in Africa. And this is one of only 5 potato breeding programs in the Southern Hemisphere, catering for specific variety requirements of the developing countries, particularly in the warmer jurisdictions. In the livestock area, we have a number of technologies, of course, that also assist us to respond. And I'm not going to go into, I'm aware that the time is quite limited. I mentioned we have a number of monitoring projects, including one that is called AgriCloud, which is an online weather-based system that can be accessed by farmers, providing enriched weather and climate data with agricultural info and local knowledge, etc. It is also important to mention just at this stage that we also have a very strong focus on capacity development in the process of this technology development process, because developing research and developing these technologies is going to require us to make sure that it is possible to implement them, because at the end of the day, the clients are out there. And so I think the focus on scaling up and scaling out of technologies is really important as a consideration. And when we talk here about the policy dialogue, that's one of the areas we should also be talking about, to say some of these technologies that have already been developed, how do we then scale them out? And that area is increasingly receiving focus as well. I think the CGIAR example, for instance, that is called ICRA, the acronym, as an initiative, is one of those that emphasize the importance of really, scaling out and scaling up these technologies that have been developed in climate change-related studies. With those few words, I'm going to conclude, but just to say that really the issue of policy making will benefit greatly from science and the research that we are doing. And we have to continue creating these kinds of platforms to allow ourselves to have this dialogue, so that we can really support the policy development process with science and evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. They say practice makes perfect. Let me try again. Lita Magika. I'm getting there. I've been informed that the CEO HSRC sent a representative to give a brief remarks. Dr. Palesa Sekajane, if she's around, to come down and quickly do that before we invite the Honorable Minister to do the keynote. We can encourage her by clapping hands while she's coming down.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me greet the Minister, the partners represented here. Dr. Mazibandila, thank you for considering us to partner with the FRANAPEN to this initiative. But also, I think I just need to make clarity that I'm not going to represent the CEO, so please do not think that when we step outside that, we could just have that photo moment, mistaking me for the CEO. But however, I'm going to remark from the perspective of partnerships, as I am the Director of Strategic Partnerships in the HSRC. Importantly for us, this dialogue, particularly at the regional level as a regional dialogue, it's important simply because for us as HSRC, we are interested in the three areas that affect us as a country, but also as a region. So our interest, strategic interest also in conducting research, they have to speak to poverty, inequality, and unemployment. So I think and assume that majority of are aware how unemployment is rife in our country currently, and most importantly affecting women and young people. So when we think of the importance of the theme, I am particularly interested in the social inclusion aspect as well, to whom when we conduct the research that we conduct as councils or universities, do we see that research having an impact? And which brings me to the second point, that HSRC's one of the high-level objectives within this current strategic plan, it is the impact. So we too are not wanting to engage deeply on research that does not eventually amount to impact. And the question of impact is not an easy one. So we are also struggling with understanding what is impact, particularly qualitatively. I think it's much more easier to respond or to show evidence with quantitative data or quantitatively when you talk about impact. But at the human life, at the transformative level of why we are conducting research, I think that's where our challenge relies. And importantly so, the humility also to move ourselves from just the work that we do to engage deeply with the communities or those that are adversely affected by these areas of poverty, inequality, and high unemployment. And lastly, I think our strategic importance is the policy shaping research. Coming from research as well, I think it's we all labor ourselves in wanting to do this beautiful research, engaging ourselves in that beautiful research and its frameworks. But then how do we ensure that our research gets uptaken, the research gets utilized, and also we encourage the knowledge exchange between those communities that have to benefit from the research that we do. So colleagues, I just want to conclude by saying that our representation to this dialogue, it is not necessarily for us to have HSRC as the brand, and also, may I say, as a premier institution in South Africa and Africa, priding itself in social sciences and humanities research, but then is to say to scientists seated here, policymakers seated here, how do we devise mechanisms of ensuring that knowledge is for all, it benefits us all, and then it can have that transformative impact that we are all seeking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Skajana. Honorable Minister, we are honored to have you here, and I am glad that before you come to the podium, we had women represented. While we were in the briefing room there, you remarked that it looks like it's a boys' choir, so we are gender inclusive. Honorable Minister, while you are preparing yourselves, I have been told, seated there, that there is Dr. Mohamed H. Hatta, Vice President Honorary, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. This gentleman self-funded himself from Egypt to come to attend this dialogue. So this shows the convening power and the importance of this topic. So, Dr. Mohamed, we really appreciate your commitment to the dialogue. It shows that we don't want to leave anyone behind, so your voice equally matters. You have invested into being here, so please feel free to contribute. Honorable Minister, I've tried to make sure that you get 30 minutes to address this congregation here. I'm using the term congregation because I am a pastor's kid. So at home, then we use this term congregation a lot. Before I pass the microphone to the Minister, Honorable Minister, we have got more than 120 delegates present here. And online, seated there, I checked, we are still picking. We are now at 145. So this shows the importance of this topic that we are discussing here. I think I am yielding now to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, CEO. The CEO was not pressurizing people because I requested that I will have to leave at 10:30. My choice of 10:30 because I realized that there was a break. So it will be decent enough to go at that time. So he's helping more himself and the conference to make sure that we do not lose time. Thank you very much, and good morning to all our participants, both in the House as well as on the online platform. I wish to stand on the protocols that have already been established, which were really narrated very well by our chairperson of FANAPAN, Dr. Theo Diakhe. Thank you very much for doing my job easier. So I would like to say I stand on the protocol that we've already established and acknowledge everybody who is here in the room, our guests who are coming from afar, from Australia, from Egypt, from Malawi, from Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, I guess all SADC countries who are here, the farmers that are also here, as well as Isngungela, our experts that are here. When we were in the room, well, they said it's a briefing room, but I never got any briefing, let me tell you. I was just greeted and told who is in the room and why they're here. So I'm sure I'll still get the briefing at the end of the conference to say how the conference went. But nonetheless, apart from remarking that it looked like a boys' club, there were only 2 ladies, I was the third. More than 7 were males in that room. And I'm looking in this hall, I'm not sure online, again, the ratio. Bit better. I shared with them a story of my son who's here at Tax doing his 3rd year in LLB, having done his honors in his first degree on political science. So we were having this discussion about climate change, and he says to me, you know, Ma, I just don't get all of you guys. You have been busy talking about climate change, as if it's a new thing. So I said, okay, so why? He says, well, you would still be having dinosaurs today if climate didn't change. The fact that they are now extinct, it means something happens in the climate every time. So other species survive and others disappear. What you should be talking about is adaptation and how do you adapt in a changing environment, rather than talking about, hey, climate is changing. Yes, it will change. I said, okay, you are right. Because indeed, what was previous years when I grew up is not what it looks like today. Even when it comes to technology, they've got the new term of saying BBTs, those who were born before technology. So I'm giving you a new acronym. But it also made me think about indigenous communities and wondering as to how do we bring in the voice of indigenous communities in the debate on climate change and adaptation. 2 days ago, I was in the Eastern Cape, in the rural Eastern Cape, Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo region. When we were in Bizana community, where we were handing over the title deed to the claimants who had received their land as part of our restitution program. And, you know, the traditional leader was sharing with us how their communal property association have really performed very well, partly with the return of their land, the partnership they entered in with SAPI, but also the work that they themselves as communities are actually doing to make sure that the return of their land brings benefit to the communities. And it's one of those successful communities that through the work that they've been doing, on an annual basis, actually last year they got a dividend of 14 million on the forestry work that they are in partnership with SAPI. But he said something very interesting to me, because he was saying, we've put a moratorium in this community to our citizens not to harvest our indigenous forest, because we want to make sure that we rehabilitate, we revive it, because we've realized that over exploitation and harvesting has actually reduced the rains that we usually receive in this area. Which for me was very interesting, because what it says is that that community is very conscious of what human exploitation of that natural resource have had as an impact on their climatic conditions, but particularly their water resources, which they harvest from the rain. It also reminded me of my time when I grew up as a child in Swaziland and still continue to visit my grandmother. It was very interesting how they would look and read the moon to determine whether there will be a drought, whether there will be more rain. How the moon was shaped, my grandmother will tell you that in the coming year we will have drought. So I said, how do you see? Then she would explain that if the moon looks like this, this is what it means. And when it looks like this, it means there's more rain coming. Which was very interesting, because that was weather forecasting of indigenous people. But there are many, organisms that live among us that indigenous community will interpret and tell you that if you see more ants in this direction, this is what it means in terms of the weather. If you see swallows flying this quantum, this is what it means in terms of the weather. So I'm raising these issues because I do think a dialogue such as this, you may not be having all of us are indigenous in some way or the other, even though we might have been urbanized, but it would be very interesting to ensure that we factor in this debate, not only farmers, but also indigenous communities as partners in looking at adaptation, but also using indigenous knowledge systems that would actually be understood better by themselves, and also how these can be passed from generation to generation, and how some of them can be codified, because some of these knowledges are there, but they're actually not captured in books, nor even digitized, because this is part of oral history that gets passed from one community to the other, one member of the family to the other, never actually exposed maybe to some of those who may be coming from outside. But they're relevant in the discussion that we're having today. First, let me appreciate the invitation that you have given me as FANAPAN and your partners to officiate the 2023 Climate Smart Agricultural Policy Dialogue. I must say that this topic today on how we're looking at strategies and possible solutions for enabling us to transition to climate-resilient farming systems in sub-Saharan Africa is taking place here. It is indeed a stark realization that without us addressing climate change through adaptation and mitigation measures, we run the risk of having a food insecure region. I must also say that this dialogue comes at an opportune time, not just after COVID, but also after the United Nations Summit on Food Systems and Food Security. It also follows the work that we've been doing in the African Union and also its regional communities. And therefore, this dialogue, in my view, should help the various policy institutions to be able to take appropriate decisions that have to be implemented not only by governments alone, but working in partnership with civil society and the private sector to make sure that we achieve our objective. Transitioning to climate resilient farming system is a shared responsibility, and requires all hands on deck. It is therefore my privilege to be on a platform that brings a bigger community of practice in researchers and practitioners from across Southern Africa and the globe to deliberate on how to equip Africa's farmers to become climate smart and resilient and provide evidence to inform key government and multilateral climate change programs. I do hope, Theo, that the World Farmers Congress coming up here may be one of the topics which you must sponsor as South Africa, is to look at the issue of climate change and adaptation. This dialogue that happens 5 days after International Women's Day will also assist us to imagine a gender-equal world in a world where climate change mainly impacts on women. Previously, during South Africa's chairship of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee, there was a concerted effort through ACMAD to address resilience across sectors. A few decisions were taken in 2019, which are now bearing fruits to the continent. In 2022, the AU adopted its first climate change strategy, which really enabled us to become a position paper in COP27 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Without a number of us coming here to have a discussion on this matter, we may not be able to improve or even gain knowledge on what is being done in other countries from which we can learn, as Theo said earlier, to avoid paying school fees that you might have paid. Progress on climate change and disaster risk management strategies are also important. South Africa fully participates in the international arena on addressing climate change global challenges. Our response as a country to these challenges and disasters associated with increasing climate variability and change is guided by our national legislative mandate. The South African agricultural sector is mandated to respond to these challenges through sector response measures that includes developing and implementing effective policies, plans, and strategies in a properly coordinated manner. The departmental climate change sector policy and strategies, such as the Climate Smart Agricultural Strategic Framework, have outlined priority areas for the sector to respond to, which I'm sure we'll be able to share in this dialogue today. We continue to work closely and collaboratively with relevant national government stakeholders because indeed, agriculture is just but one sector amongst the whole. There is a need for engagement and collaboration across sectors. We also work with other players outside government, being in academia, as well as the non-government organizations which are involved in this area. I must also say that we participate in regional as well as international organizations such as FANAPAN, to which we have given a home, CEO. So when there are challenges, you must remember, where's your home? But I must say that for us, hosting FANAPAN was an important strategic decision because we understood the role that it plays and it will continue to play not only for South Africa, but for the region. So this was part of our contribution to do what we can to make sure that this institution continues to strive. It is also important, in my view, to promote efforts to create awareness, promote sustainable agriculture, and encourage conservation agricultural concept through climate-smart approaches. The developed policy framework on climate-smart agriculture and conservative agriculture in our department will assist South Africa to strengthen the climate change responses. But through this dialogue, I'm sure we'll also be able to gain new knowledge on what more we can still do. The timing, therefore, of this climate-smart agricultural policy dialogue comes at the right time when, as a country, we're dealing with different kinds of hazards, such as good rains, but sometimes become too good and become disruptive. We also have had, some of you may know, some visitors, locusts, who really did a bit of damage on our grains and even affected the logistics and the movement of iron ore from Kumba in the Northern Cape to where it needed to go. We also are experiencing flooding in some of the areas in the past few weeks. When Freddy, the cyclone, landed in Mozambique, it created some disruptions in Mpumalanga and Limpopo. And again, yesterday, Freddy landed in Mozambique, and we've got more rains in KwaZulu-Natal. This just means that the reality of climate change is here with us. And therefore, we need to work with necessary speed to ensure that we find adaptation measures that would work. I've raised earlier the importance of conservation agriculture, which in our view is an ecosystem approach to sustainable agriculture and land management, adapted three interlinked principles. One is a continuous or minimum mechanical soil disturbance, and also no-till seeding, planting, and weeding, and minimum soil disturbance with all other farm operations, including harvesting. The second one is permanent maintenance of soil organic cover, which means crop biomass, stubble, and overcrops. And the last one is diversification of cropping systems. This, in my view, is some of those good management practices that we can start to employ in order to deal with climate change. As a country, we've committed 6 million hectares of agricultural land to convert it to conventional farming, to conservation agriculture by 2035. At a departmental level, the interventions that we are involved in, beyond some of these programmatic interventions, we're also looking at our policies and regulatory framework to see to what extent these need to support our adaptation mechanisms. We're also working with our research institutions, both in the public sector, such as the ARC, but also with the universities, to see how best we can work together in order to ensure that we minimize, the impact of climate change. I must also say that these programmatic interventions are also supported by funding that we've put into it to make sure that indeed we can achieve the best that we have. I was happy when some of the panelists here were talking about the issues of water management, particularly on irrigation. I must say that every time we have a dialogue with the Ministry of Water and arguing for more water for farmers, the answer is, but you already use so much water. So I said, okay, we're trying, we are going to look at various systems of how we can change from those large sprinklers that use this water maybe not efficiently, but we still do need some water. Listening to some of the panelists here, I think we can be able to have some benefits of the experience you might have had, both on groundwater preservation and management, but also how these can be used not only for drinking, but also utilized for agricultural production, and how we could use better irrigation systems that can be able to conserve water. For us, all of these are important to make sure that we can retain our responsibility for food security and nutrition for our citizens, but also in the region as we trade among ourselves on some of the important basic commodities. Therefore, the dialogue that we are having today, in my view, will go a long way in enabling each one of us in this meeting, either online or even physically, to really come up with tools that can help us as policymakers to review our policies or even develop new policies that will be relevant in ensuring that we deal with issues of climate change and develop climate-smart agriculture. I therefore would like to say thank you, Chairperson, who is our CEO, as you are directing this program, and hope that in future dialogues, and maybe through the work, and now using my advantage of being a rapporteur of the AU-STC, that we might need to engage our chair, and I'm happy Egypt is here, because Egypt is the chair of the AU-STC, to find a way in which we cannot have an extraordinary meeting, or maybe in one of those extraordinary meetings of the AU-STCs of Ministers of Agriculture and Water, to be able to find a slot where we can actually get the outcome of this dialogue, but also be able to have a dialogue amongst ourselves as policymakers on this important issue. Because at the end of the day, what you are deliberating on will have to find expression in the policy discourse, and at the end of the day, come out as policies as well as regulatory environment when necessary and supported by finances in order for it to work. I want to wish you all well as you continue with your deliberations in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I believe the Honorable Minister deserves another round of applause. Honorable Minister, I believe colleagues who are gathered here and also online will agree that you and the Ministry of Agriculture, you are hand in a glove. I admired you as a speaker, but I think you belong in this portfolio. So, colleagues, the Minister is agreeing with us that we need to move from rhetoric to action. She has availed platforms where we can go and retail the recommendations from our dialogue. So I believe the organizers, with me included, we are going to be coming to your office to make sure that we don't miss on this opportunity. Thank you so much for offering that. The one thing that I need to announce is that we are going to have a picture with our Honorable Minister. And to make sure that we are inclusive, please, those that are tall, please stand at the back. Those that are male, give space to females to be at the front, so that the picture doesn't depict what the Minister saw when we were introducing ourselves but not doing the briefing. For colleagues who are attending virtually, we're going to have a 30 minutes break. So I believe Kanto will assist that we also capture the pictures for those who are attending virtually, and also to make sure that they don't drop off. When we come back at 11, they are still connected. So, phone up on board, Chair. our high-level panelists, Honorable Minister, I really appreciate all your contributions. Your contribution is going to assist us to set the scene. We are going to have a series of sessions, including this one. We're going to have 11 sessions where we're going to be doing deep dive into particular issues, starting from technologies, talking about innovations, talking about how then do we do or engage into translation of this evidence into decisions. Also, how then do we make sure that we build capacity to make sure that these innovations are sustainable. The last thing from my end is that I introduced all these important people here except myself. So let me take 1 minute to introduce myself. My name is Chilizi Madzivandil. Honorable Minister, I'm indigenous in the province of Limpopo. Thea also is indigenous there, so we are 30 kilometers from each other. So I am the CEO and head of mission of FANAPAN. Minister, you spoke about FANAPAN delivering for South Africa. We do have got a board resolution that FANAPAN, since it's hosted here in South Africa, must deliver for the government of South Africa. In my other capacity, you will be happy to know that I am also part of the 3rd National Planning Commission. And I'm responsible for Chapter 6, which is talking about agricultural land reform and how then do we transform food systems in South Africa. So as FANAPAN, we are doing in our own small way contribution to the government of South Africa. And we're going to come to your office to ask for more on how to collaborate. So colleagues, with those few remarks, we are going to be led to where we're going to have our photo. And after that, then we're going to have our tea break for 30 minutes. And after that, when it is 11, then we're going to be guided back here so that we start exactly at 11. Thank you so much. I think then after that,
Should I remove this? Should I unmute?
Ready to start?
A very good morning to the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you can hear me clearly. My name is Simpiwe Ngangweni. I'm the CEO of the National Agricultural Marketing Council in South Africa. We are an advisory entity to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in South Africa on all issues relating to agricultural marketing policy in the country. Of course, we all know that before you market any product, that product must meet specifications that are required by the market. And this talks to the way that you produce, the way that you basically take care of the product until it reaches the market. The kind of work that we do basically relates to advising the minister on policy making in the sector, but specifically relating to agricultural markets. In terms of the policy space that we play on, we also get requested on many occasions by the minister to assist in coordinating policy making in the country, various policies. And recently, we have been privileged to coordinate what we call the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. This is a plan that basically government, private sector, and all players have agreed that this is the plan that will take the country forward in terms of making sure that the sector grows in an inclusive manner. And one of the questions we've had to answer is whether this plan is climate sensitive or climate change sensitive. And I can testify that there has been quite an intensive effort during the process of negotiating this policy with the stakeholders to make sure that it is indeed climate change sensitive. And this is, of course, the topic of discussion for this dialogue. Now, this session that we're going into now is themed agriculture and water challenges in sub-Saharan African rural communities. And we're going to start off with a keynote address that will set the scene for the rest of the proceedings for this session. The keynote address will be done online by Dr. Mengestab Haile. He's the Regional Director for Southern Africa for the World Food Programme. But before we get into the session, as I said, the keynote presentation will be followed by some guest presentations. The presenters are here ready for the presentations. This is basically a continuation of the setting of the scene from the morning. The session will unpack challenges in the sector, and specifically water challenges. It will also identify gaps that are there based on the experiences of the presenters. It will highlight experiences, initiatives, and opportunities for making sure that these challenges are resolved. So I'm going to come back and introduce the speakers, but let me start with the main speaker, or the keynote speaker, Dr. Mengestab Haile. As I said, he's the Regional Director for Southern Africa for the World Food Programme. Because of time, I'm not going to go through his entire CV. He has occupied diverse professional posts, ranging from university lecturer in Ethiopia, a research scientist in the UK. He also has served as a government civil servant in Ethiopia, and the list is quite long. He has a PhD in meteorology from the University of Reading in the UK, and has published several papers. Let me just check if Dr. Haile is ready. Over to you, Dr. Haile. Let's give him
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? Let me confirm that I can be heard first. Yes. Well, good morning to you all, and thank you for inviting me to this very important event to participate on climate smart agriculture policy dialogue. Now, I think the setup indicates the main thematic areas: technology, food systems, social inclusion, capacity building, partnership. And these are also
Yes, sir, we can hear you correctly. Thank you.
Excellent. Now, so what I'm going to do is, as I have been regional director of the World Food Programme in the region, and before that I was country director of the World Food Programme in Egypt for many years. So what I'm going to highlight, this distinguished team of experts, scientists, and decision makers, is to share with you my experience, or my observation in the region. Now, everyone says Africa should be the breadbasket of the continent and the world. We talk about we have water, we have land, we have people. These are things that you hear all the time. And yet, Africa remains the most insecure continent. And why is that so? Now, over the last 2 years, I have been going around countries to understand what are the challenges, talking to governments, talking to partners, to understand what is the underlying cause of food insecurity. And what come vulnerable. And the reason is, except very few countries, most of our food system is highly dependent on smallholder farms, agriculture, and mostly women. And the minister was saying there were very few women in the communication there. Well, actually, most of agriculture in the continent is done by women. So it's absolutely right. There should have been more women represented as well. So if you have raised agriculture, smallholder farmers, this with the population increase, with the climate change, with issues in Ukraine, with COVID, the food system is highly vulnerable. Even if there was no climate change, even if there was no conflict somewhere else, even if there was no COVID, mind you, could be still insecure in the country. The imports are increasing, the demand is increasing, population is increasing, urbanization is increasing, and then production system that we have is not going to solve that. Hence, every government that I have spoken to, agriculture must be transformed to somewhere. That is point number one. Number two, wherever you go in Africa, youth unemployment is massive. Every government is concerned about youth unemployment. And the speaker earlier mentioned about women and youth unemployment. Because if you are talking about food security, then you want people to earn or produce. Either they buy it or they produce it. If you are unemployed, then you cannot buy, you cannot have access to that food. Third element is that our young people, these young people that are unemployed, are not interested to work in agriculture. Agriculture the way it is. It is not conducive, it is not attractive to youth. These are real challenges that we have in the continent. You have on one hand production that is not supporting the continent, on the other hand, the young people who are not interested in agriculture. So we must make agriculture attractive to young people. Now, how can we make that? We make that. We bring in digitalization, we bring in technology, we bring in energy. Now, I will just highlight one point. Most of you have traveled around the continent. When you go to a rural area, what are the challenges that you find in those rural areas? Clearly, you find no electricity. Clearly, you find no water. If you don't have water and if you don't have energy in a given area, your potential for transformation, for development is very limited. Hence, I call on the researchers, I call on the dialogue. How do we ensure that rural areas have what is needed for the transformation that we all seek? Because if we don't have electricity in the rural areas, then you cannot talk about agricultural processing, you cannot talk about value addition. And also when we talk about agriculture, small agriculture as it stands, you are expecting women and young people to hold the horse and dig the land. That is not going to transform. So we need to find ways of mechanizing, small mechanization to transform agriculture. I have just recently traveled to South Korea, where I saw smallholder farmers. In fact, they are small farms, but highly mechanized with small machinery that can be used by women. So it is a combination of mechanization, the combination of transformation of agriculture into a way that attracts young people is what is needed. Now, when we do all this, then we will be sure that we can adapt to climate change. My issue here is, even if there was no climate change, even if there was no other issues, our food systems, our production systems are not going to be sustainable. Therefore, I hope in the dialogue, how do we transform agriculture in the continent? And agriculture in a sustainable way, because if you travel around Southern African region, you have deforestation going on. You have livestock, wildlife being destroyed. And you cannot blame those people. But the charcoal that is being made, the deforestation that is happening, is going to contribute to climate change. And in fact, if you look at our region, the Congo Basin is probably one of the largest carbon sinks in the world. And yet there are people there whose food security is challenged. How do we make this work? We can make this work if we transform agriculture and make it sustainable but productive. And that is what I would call. And from the WFP's point of view, we are very happy to partner with everyone. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haile. I think he highlighted quite some very key issues that we all face.
Hello, I'd like to finish here, to stop here in case.
All right, so I think, I'm not sure if we can hear each other. Can you hear us, Dr. Haile? Okay, all right. So just to conclude, I think, as I was saying, Dr. Haile mentioned quite a few key issues that I think the panel will also reflect further on. The general question of transforming rural areas in the continent, given the challenges of infrastructure as well as natural resource degradation in certain cases, but also the disinterest of youth in the sector. So what does the future hold given those challenges? Let me introduce the next speaker now, coming to the speakers that are here with us. Professor Jamie Pittock from the Australian National University. He's a professor at the Fenner School of Environment and Society. He's a director of international programs and also UNESCO chair in water economics and transboundary water governance. His current work includes developing research programs that link Australia and Southern African expertise to improve management of river basins, green water and agriculture. He's going to be sharing the presentation with Professor Henning Bjørnland, but I think we're going to be hearing mostly from Professor Pittock, and Professor Bjørnland will participate in the rest of the discussion further. I forgot to say that each presenter will have 10 minutes. So I think there's a timekeeper at the back there. So when you have 8 minutes into your time, when you are 8 minutes into your time, you'll be shown that card there, and the next card, when you are done or when you have to wrap up, you'll be shown that card. So just keep watch at the back there due to the time constraints we have. Now let's welcome Professor Pittock to the podium to address us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to join you in this important dialogue. I'd like to say that this presentation is not only on behalf of myself and Professor Bjørnland, but also the many other partners we've worked with over the past decade in Southern and Eastern Africa. Next slide, please. So our keynote speaker outlined the urgent need for greater food security in this continent. And certainly in terms of irrigated agriculture, there is both a dire need to improve the productivity of agriculture and also considerable failure to date to achieve the sort of levels of production that are promised. So irrigated agriculture obviously can overcome some of the limitations of a variable climate by providing water when crops are needed. But in Africa to date, despite hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars of investment in infrastructure, many irrigation schemes produce crop yields little better than dryland agriculture. And something like a third of the command area of the irrigation infrastructure is not farmed. And so it's for those reasons that the Australian government has supported us over the past 10 years or so to try and explore ways of transforming irrigation in southern Africa. The Australian interest in collaborating with our African partners is fairly obvious. We both have fairly dry continents with enormous challenges in having sustainable agriculture in such variable climates. And because we share such difficult latitudes, there is so much that we can learn and share from each other about more sustainable agriculture. So we have been working together since 2013 in two phases. Our current phase has been engaging 42 different irrigation schemes in Tanzania, Zimbabwe and Mozambique, and working with our partners, FANRAPAN, to draw out the lessons and communicate them to policy managers. And in particular, we've enjoyed the support of ACR in funding this work. Next slide, please. So our approach to this question of agriculture and water has been one of recognising that agriculture is a complex system, and simplistic solutions such as simply rebuilding infrastructure or supplying some magic gadget aren't going to result in sustainable water use, land use and agricultural production. And for those reasons, our interventions have tried to twin both simple technological work with farmers together with some social processes to intervene in two ways simultaneously that are self-reinforcing. And importantly, to put that knowledge, experience and power in the hands of the farmers themselves rather than relying on government agencies to deliver solutions. One of the interventions has been the use of the simple-to-use soil moisture and fertility monitoring tools developed by Dr. Richard Sturzaker, who's here with the VIA project. You can see these tools at the VIA stand up in the dining room. And so these tools enable farmers to install sensors to tell whether or not the moisture in their field below the soil surface is about right for growing crops or too wet or too dry. When we first intervened with many of these schemes, basically farmers were drowning their crops. In some of the driest parts of Africa, they were drowning their crops and washing the nutrients away, and you would be astonished to learn that that doesn't produce great yields. With these simple-to-use tools, the farmers could tell when to stop watering, and that set loose a whole cascade of benefits, which I'll outline shortly. Next slide, please. That cascade of benefits resulted in greater yields of crops, but of course having more produce doesn't necessarily help you if you only flood the market and lower crop prices. And so it was really important to work with communities to develop a vision for where they wanted their community to be, We applied this method, horrible jargon, agricultural innovation platforms, simply inviting the farmers to come together and to imagine where they wanted their community to be. That's pictured here by their drawing, their map on the right, and then to compare that to where they are now, the picture here on the left, and work out what it would take to get from where they are now to where they want to be, to draw a line through those things that require some national capital to change a law or do something that they can't directly influence, and focus on those things that they can actually do themselves. And often those boiled down to questions like, how do we get better, cheaper inputs? Can we work together collectively to buy fertiliser and seeds together and lower the price? Now, once farmers had stopped fighting over water availability, because the tools meant that the farmers at the head end of canals could use water more efficiently, then there was the opportunity to collaborate. And similarly in terms of market linkages. Next slide, please. And so this resulted in a whole lot of positive feedback loops that resulted in farmer-centred learning, increased profitability, and more sustainable irrigation systems. Next slide, please. So just a taste of some of the results of this 10 years of work with the irrigation communities. Firstly, the number of farmers in the 3 countries who changed their farming practices as a result of these interventions was over 70%, which is a pretty substantial shift in practice. Next slide, please. And that meant that the frequency in which farmers were irrigating their fields, the interval of days between watering events increased greatly. And so in many situations, farmers were applying water only half as often and yet getting better yields. Next slide, please. And what you can see here is the combination of the farmers watering when their crops actually needed it and the innovation platforms enabling the communities to do things like buy cheaper fertilisers and apply them at rates that the soil testing said they actually needed, meant that yields of crops like maize, shown here, increased dramatically. Next slide, please. And consequently, there have been dramatic improvements in water productivity. And I think this is really significant in a continent like Africa, which has so many places that are dry, where water is so scarce, including indeed in South Africa where we are now. This kind of increase in water productivity, decoupling the volume of food produced from the water applied, is crucial for what we will need this century to feed a global population of 10 billion people. Next slide, please. And I think what's important in terms of the food security situation is that we've seen the communities that we and our partners have worked with dramatic improvements. And so these are some examples. I hope I'm not stealing the thunder of our Zimbabwean colleagues here. But you can see that before the interventions, around 78% of the farmers felt that they were in a food insecure population. That dropped to around 10% before COVID, yet only rose to around 30% despite all of the impacts of COVID on things like input supplies and access to resources. Next slide, please. So I hope this has given you a little taster of some of the key findings from this research. Others among our African colleagues will be presenting different aspects throughout the next 3 days in a little more detail. So please see them for more detail than I can cover in my now expired time. And if the last slide there's further information here if you would like to, next slide, further information if you would like to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pittock. I think very insightful and fascinating experience that you've shared with us in terms of putting the right tools at the hand of the farmer to be able to make better decisions in terms of water use and irrigation. And I think you've also shared the positive results that we've started to see in countries such as Mozambique, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, in the form of water productivity, the yields, as well as ultimately food security. So thank you so much for that. Let me introduce the next speaker now, Dr. Matilda Azong Cho from Future Africa at the University of Pretoria, our host. Dr. Matilda is a postdoctoral fellow in the School of Agriculture, Earth and Environmental Sciences. She has a multidisciplinary research background which cuts across gender, application of GIS, and remote sensing in natural resource management and vulnerability and adaptation to environmental changes. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the rest of the CV, but let's welcome Dr. Matilda to the stage.
Thank you for the great introduction. And I also want to thank FANAPAN for giving me this opportunity to present some of my work. Good day, distinguished delegates. We heard from the keynote address that some of the critical issues is the issue of unemployment of youth and the lack of adequate attention to women. So I'm coming from that angle to give a reflection of some of my work that I've done on gender and climate change vulnerability and adaptation, which focus on smallholders. Next slide, please. Why is it important for us to focus on water and agriculture? Water is a very important resource for social and economic development. Water is required for agriculture across the agricultural value chain. Agriculture is one of the greatest sectors with very high demands for water. It utilizes about 82% of water in sub-Saharan Africa. Due to increase in population, there has been a high demand for water, and coupled with the fact that the resource is under stress from climate change as well, there is a growing increase in a huge population of people who are experiencing water stress across the globe. Statistics shows that there are about 3.6 billion people who experience water stress for at least a month. And if nothing is done, by 2050, that statistic will go up to about 50 billion, which is something of great concern. Looking at water stress is not just a physical issue, it's also a social issue. It's caused by climate change and as well as socioeconomic and political factors. Hence, it is a social concern. socio-economic and political determinants have played a very great role, especially in terms of the lack of adequate policy, management, decisions, and maintenance of infrastructure have contributed greatly in causing water insecurity in sub-Saharan Africa. And above that all, climate change has also been of great concern with regards to the stress that this sector is experiencing. And this region of sub-Saharan Africa has experienced about 74% of disasters which are related to water. That includes flooding, droughts, and storms. So if nothing is done, then the vision of achieving adequate water and also ending hunger by 2030, which is a Sustainable Development Goal 2 and 6, will be very difficult to accomplish if we do nothing about the current state of events. Next slide, please. So, when we talk about smallholders farmers, these are not just a homogeneous group of people. They are different in terms of gender and other social inequalities, like you have age, income, educational background, and that's any ethnicity as well, and that also contributes in creating the differential impacts that the smallholders farmers experience. So we've heard from previous speakers that women play a great role in the agricultural sector in most of our rural communities in sub-Saharan Africa. However, the challenges that they experience are both general challenges which are experienced by both female and male farmers, as well as some gender-related challenges that women face on account of their gender. So the general challenges that they experience, the first is basically depend on the fact that the farmers depend on rain-fed agriculture, and given the variability in rainfall as a result of climate change, this is becoming a great challenge for farmers. Secondly, they operate in small scale and mostly individually. As such, their resources are so limited for them to invest in inputs as well as in irrigation systems in order to improve on their farm requirements. Then poverty is also an additional factor that hinders their investment. Low literacy level was also found from my research as one of the limiting factors. Then coming to the gender-related issues, it's the number one, we know how important land is for agriculture. So my research finding identify unsecured land tenure system. Most of our African countries do not allocate land to women, especially through the inheritance cultural practices, which favors men against women. So without the means for women to acquire land, which they own, and they are able to take major decisions in terms of investment, both short and long term, it becomes very, very difficult. One of the findings that I had during this research was that women are a bit hesitant to invest in in input because they don't know when they will lose that land since they do not have ownership of the land. So that is a huge barrier in this part of the world. Then access to education was also found as a very limiting factor, which we will see as we go to the next slide. Next slide, please. So here you find the implications of the issues that I raised in the former slides on agricultural water use. Due to a poverty situation, farmers are unable to invest on irrigation systems and also on the inputs to improve on their agriculture. Then, as I mentioned, the cultural bias against women in terms of unsecure land tenure system, it contributes to the lack of the will to invest on the land which the farmer can lose at any time since they do not own it. And then low literacy rate was found as a limiting factor for farmers to diversify their livelihood options. So with the huge impact on climate change on agriculture, one of the measures by which farmers adapt or communities adapt is by diversifying their livelihood sources. So with limited education and limited means of income, they find it very challenging to do so. Then from the policy dimension, the lack of gender mainstreaming was found as a very huge concern because all the policy documents that I examined, nothing was mentioned about gender. And aside that, even though there was that policy document, which was like an agricultural adaptation plan, the implementation on the ground was also found as a gap. There are those beautiful measures outlined, very effective measures on the paper, but when it comes to implementation on the ground, through my fieldwork, it was found lacking. Let's go to the next slide. So from my findings, I came up with these recommendations that even though women are faced with those challenges, women are agents of change. They are not helpless victims. So they are trying to group themselves into associations to be able to pull their resources together to overcome those gender barriers. So we can leverage on this sort of association network and policy can promote cooperative for farmers, which will enable co-learning and will also enable easy interventions and facilitate the marketing of their produce. Then policy should also focus on increasing finances for the investment on irrigation systems for farmers and also on inputs. Then lastly, but not the least, climate change adaptation policy should ensure that gender is properly integrated. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, to address the water agricultural crisis in sub-Saharan Africa, we need to change the current mode of practicing agriculture, we need to increase farm investments, and ensure that gender is mainstream. So I end up with these quotes from Elizabeth Wotuti that let us apply our hearts in our discussion to think about the voiceless people who are under the threat of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matilda. I think this is your... Thank you very much for highlighting the important issue of gender mainstreaming. I think the message is very loud and clear. No policy should forget the issue of gender, and I think the message was made very, very well there. The next speaker is Ms. Mary Jane Gabriel. She's the Director for Water Use and Irrigation Development at the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in South Africa. I think she was briefed about the time constraints, so she didn't give us the CV. Let me call Ms. Gabriel to the stage to address us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocols observed, and I'd like to welcome you all to South Africa. It's nice to see a lot of friendly faces. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, and then the next slide. Okay, we are about 122,000 hectares in terms of the size of our country, and about 15% of that land is under irrigation. Under that 1.5% of that land, we produce about an estimated 30% of the total crops under irrigation. 1.6 million hectares is under irrigation, as previously mentioned, of which about 50,000 hectares is under smallholder farmers. Irrigation in South Africa is power intensive and very water intensive. Actually, as Minister mentioned, we utilize 60% of the total surface water in the country. Next slide, please. So the national imperatives that we currently have indicates that the national growth path wants to target an additional 300,000 households in agriculture smallholder schemes. The National Development Plan intends to increase irrigated areas by 500,000 hectares. We thought 500,000 hectares is not achievable, but the research that was funded by our department, that was done by IMI, by the International Water Management Institute, indicates that during certain seasons, there's about 70,000 hectares in Limpopo only that is utilized for irrigation that is not on the record books of the department. And because it is seasonal, it is not under our record because they just grow, the smallholder farmers grow their crops, cabbages, lettuce, carrots, and then it's done for the next year. So it isn't under anybody's record. However, we have seen this through satellite imagery that has been undertaken. The National Water Resource Strategy indicates that there is only 50,000 hectares for expansion of irrigation in South Africa. The Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program and the Ilimalizima program of the department is what is utilized to implement irrigation projects. So these projects include revitalization, expansion of irrigated areas, as well as the water use and management of water on farm. And then we have the agriculture and the agro-processing master plan, which was mentioned by Dr. Simpiwe. And that also indicates certain initiatives that the government is going to undertake in terms of irrigation development. Next slide, please. So we've also developed the irrigation strategy in 2015, where we intend to increase the contribution of irrigated agriculture to the GDP, poverty alleviation, employment creation, and skills development. We hope to increase equity of access to water by previously disadvantaged communities, or let's call it what it is, black farmers. We hope to contribute to food security and improve social economic conditions at household and community level. We hope to improve planning and investment coordination. We hope to increase investment in skills and training of farmers, extension workers, and irrigation specialists. We hope to increase investment in relevant research and to increase irrigation water use efficiency. Next slide, please. So in terms of increasing equity of access, because we are not the authority that allocates water to our farmers, what we built is strong institutions so that we are able to access water for our farmers. This includes the coordination committees of agriculture, the various committees with water and sanitation. My minister has mentioned that we keep on asking for water and they keep on telling us that we already have the biggest allocation of water. But as I mentioned to you, our farmers continue to use the water, albeit only on seasonal level. So we still maintain that they are now having equity of access to water. Then we provide funds for the water use license applications, as well as the implementation of irrigation projects through our CASP, as well as the Ilima Litsima programs in our country. Next slide, please. Improving planning and investment coordination. As previously mentioned, we have built strong collaboration institutions with various national, provincial, local authorities, as well as the farming associations and traditional authorities. As Mr. Diaga has mentioned, he wants to hear solutions, and this is part of the solutions that we have provided in terms of the government initiatives we've undertaken. We collaborate with the Department of Water and Sanitation as the authority on water in the country. We have formulated the water use and irrigation group where we plan for the next financial year and future financial year on any irrigation projects undertaken in our provinces. And obviously we have the CASP committees which fund these irrigation projects. Next slide, please. So in terms of our contribution to food security and household and community level, certain of our areas still suffer from drought, and we use rainwater and grey water harvesting techniques as part of our initiatives for the climate smart agriculture. We do it in collaboration with the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, as well as GIZ and other institutions. And basically, as you can see, our farmers have taken initiatives where this rainwater harvesting and this tower gardens are producing food not only for the household, but also for the community. In the Eastern Cape, we believe that certain neighbors that cannot afford food is just donated food by these initiatives that the department has undertaken. Next slide, please. So in terms of increasing investment in relevant research, skills and training of our farmers, etc., we provide financial support for research relevant to the irrigation sector through our various research institutions, the Agriculture Research Council, the Water Research Commission, the universities, etc. We provide financial support to roll out training on new technologies which we have developed, including the decision support system. And in South Africa, as you well know, we also use a lot of satellite imagery to determine the areas which are irrigated and how they will be affected with climate or weather changes on a local level. We invest in training of irrigation specialists, farmers and extension officers. Next slide, please. And then in terms of the increase of irrigation water use efficiency, we undertake several revitalization initiatives where the government provides for funding where we are changing to more efficient technologies. Our minister mentioned moving from sprinkler to more efficient technologies, but it's actually moving from flood irrigation to drip and micro irrigation. In terms of expansion of irrigated areas, we are also undertaking to implement water efficient technologies in those areas. And then we're piloting the use of wetting front detectors. The chameleons in your presentation, yours and Dr. Lazaro's, actually was done in collaboration in Silverton, not 5 kilometers away, of which we are in the compound. So chameleons is, we can also say is proudly South African.
Where we're seeing in some parts of East Africa, we have a lot of rainfall causing a lot of flooding. And then in some other parts of the same region, we're having a lot of droughts. Coming from Kenya, we are actually experiencing the worst drought in 40 years. And yet, the same part of the country, they're also receiving a lot of rain. So we have really a situation where on one hand, we have a lot of rain, then on the other hand, we have extreme drought. And that what really means is that the planning situation is extremely complex because it means you really have to have a very dynamic policy system. Otherwise, just an overarching one policy at national level may not really suffice in terms of how the dynamic situation, how dynamic the situation is getting around rainfall in East Africa. Next slide. For Southern Africa, where we are, I think some of my colleagues have alluded to that in terms of what we're experiencing. We have drought, we have rainfall, a lot of rainfall. We have tropical cyclones which we are experiencing, and people talked about Mozambique and Freddy, just to mention that it has also reached my own country, Malawi, and a lot of damage has happened there. Again, we've seen changes in liver discharge, and that has also affected agricultural activities that will be happening around those rivers, but also in terms of the other sectors that depend on water, such as energy. And you can see that the variations around water is actually huge, actually between 50% either below or up. And that is actually very disturbing when it comes to how it can inform policy. Because if maybe the fluctuations are minimal, then you can see how you can juggle around policy. But when you have those kind of huge variations, then it also kind of complicates policy making in a way. Next slide. In West Africa, again, we've seen that there's actually rainfall and liver discharge variability, again, within the region of 50% above or below historical levels. And this is, again, because of declining rainfall, increasing temperature, but also causing drought frequency and increasing water demand because of populations. But what also this means is that this water is actually being experienced across different sectors that depend on water, and usually it is agriculture, as you may have heard, that consumes a lot of that. But also there are other competing sectors in West Africa, such as hydropower and tourism, that depend on that also suffer this water situation in that region. Next. North Africa, and thank you, my brother from Egypt, for coming. Again, we're seeing a situation there where I think the issue around Nile is actually very much under threat because of changing climate. And there we're seeing that some of the eastern Nile region where they're depending on irrigation, because of changing climate, you could actually see a reduction in revenue in the region of 34% in times when it is very dry, but also 11% when there's a bit of rainfall. Again, that talks a lot in terms of the economy of that region, but also the economy of that region, but also in terms of how a government needs to be responding to that situation. Again, we're looking at issues to do with variability, in future, which could lead up to around 5 to 25% reduction in river discharge in the upper part of Nile. And all those, I think, they have implications around irrigation that is happening around those areas, but also in terms of the other sectors that depend on that, particularly electricity generation in that sense. Next. Central Africa, again, we're seeing that at 1.5 degrees surface temperature, we see that there's confidence, that there's low confidence in projected changes in average rainfall, and therefore we would continue to see extreme rainfall in that region, therefore causing flooding and also a lot of mature monsoon season. Again, we noticed that droughts are also going to be accompanied by those temperature or climate scenarios. And by and large, it also means that the policy situation there would have to be dynamic to respond to this kind of changes in the climate in the Central Africa region. Next. Now, because I think of this, we've noted that I think the international financing institutions have actually been putting a lot of money into agriculture. And that money has been quite a lot. And just to agree that agriculture, again, in this case, takes agricultural water investment takes a lot of that. And in the report from OECD is actually showing that 27% of the international finance institutions' investment has actually gone into water. So 27% of all that most of the international financing institutions are investing are going into water. And others, for example, when you look at agricultural policy and administration, is only 16%, not a small amount. But just to agree that I think this is becoming a policy concern, and this is why all these institutions are responding in that sense. Next. Again, on international financing, we see a trajectory where funding for water is actually continuing, is increasing. And the of interest is really the fact that there's been quite a lot of international frameworks that have enabled increased investment in water, and particularly into water for agriculture. I think closer to us, it would be good to look at the CADIP in the sense that one of the most underperforming indicators is actually being water for agriculture. And this was actually, again, just included, I think, around 2011, 2012 or 2013 into the matrix of indicators, and yet it is also underperforming. So I think one of the things that we might want to do at national level is how to ensure that water for agriculture is heavily invested in. Yes, I also understand that we may have to define what is water for agriculture, because again, that again is something that is everywhere, but it is also nowhere sometimes. Next. Yeah, now, when you look at some of the issues that have rocked the water governance in Africa, I think one is the climate variability, as I said, and the challenge really is how to align water management with unprecedented changes in climate because of these variations that I talked about. And I think that's a big challenge, because in one country, you may have to deal, like I said, with water, excess water availability. Maybe in the other part of the country, you may have to deal with drought. And how do you really manage that? The other challenge is the multiplicity of actors and agencies that deal with water, all of them with deep interest. And in the end, really, you find that the lines of accountability are affected in that sense. Again, I talked about how water continues to compete with other sectors, and some of those sectors could be more profitable physically in the short term than agriculture, for example, energy. I think issues of corruption, one of the biggest corruptions have actually been in the water sector, usually because of the large infrastructure projects that are there. Issues around social adherence to social safety and safeguards has been an issue where these developments are being designed and implemented. But again, the need for us to ensure that we focus we have Africa-focused research, because most of the research is actually not our own, and yet we're implementing on the same. And I think that was picked up by IPCC. Last slide. So in terms of the recommendations, I think, again, climate uncertainty means that we need to be very intentional in our investment in agricultural water, and this has to be aligned with respective scenarios in different countries. Again, the question is, do we need water or do we need rain? And I think that's a critical question that some of the panelists were asking. What are we doing, for example, with groundwater? We need to stimulate private sector participation, again, ensuring that we have environmental and social safeguards as we do that. We also need to look at some of the forgotten or abandoned technologies that could actually help us in this respect, but for some reason we have not really exploited them, and one of them is biotechnology, and later on I'll be expanding on that. A need for us to enhance research and development in climate smart technologies, but more importantly as well, to ensure that that research is national based so that it speaks to the national situation, and also increasing irrigation investment from the current 7% of arable land to around maybe 30%, 38% that is there in Asia. Again, the question is, can we, for example, when it comes to water for agriculture, secure that investment just like other sectors have done in nutrition, where they have a bit of the nutrition secured for nutrition work? Can we also do the same for agriculture, and whether that would also make a difference? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chinoku. So I think highlighting again some insights in terms of water governance in the continent. I think it's interesting to compare the 7% investment in Africa compared to 38% in Asia. So I think it's one of the issues that may come up in further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chinoku. The last speaker for this session, before we go into the interactive part of the session and conclude, it's Dr. Mure Agbonlaho. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. He is the Senior Agricultural Production and Marketing Officer at the African Union Commission. I think the rest of the CV is available on request. So over to you, Dr. Mure.
Thank you. Thank you. So good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and experts in the room. I don't have a presentation, but I want you to focus on me instead of focus on the screen. Focusing on me also is focusing on Africa, because I'm representing the AU Commission. The intervention I have this afternoon is very brief. The issue has been flogged and overflogged in terms of the challenges of agricultural development in the continent. The issue of increasing episodes of hunger is here with us. Statistically, we are told that there are about 293 million people in the continent that are presently living under hunger. In terms of the food import bill, about $55 billion is spent annually in the continent in importing food. And I'm happy that my colleague from the World Food Program is here also. Well, these are challenges, but as we have also been exhorted this morning that we should not focus on challenge, but let's look at solutions. So we want to address what at the Commission level, AU Commission, what we are doing to address these issues. The dialogue we are having in the next 3 days is on transitioning to climate resilient system. And it is good that as we transition, as we need to look at how we innovate. Our innovation must be resilient, must be inclusive. Now, at the Commission level, I was happy when my colleague here, in his presentation, I saw CADEP. And I don't know how many of us here have heard of CADEP, the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program. How many of us have heard of CADEP? Okay, maybe about 10% of the room. So it shows that we are not really pushing our CADEP. CADEP is the blueprint for agricultural development in the continent, and it is what gives us the momentum to move and also guide our direction. Now, at the Commission level, what we are known for is for advocacy. Let me say this, that African Union Commission don't have a particular project in any country. You will not see a borehole or an irrigation scheme or a tractor in country A, country B, that this belongs to African Union Commission. What we do is support the members of the countries or the regional economic communities to deliver on what has been agreed on, what they have agreed on. So I was referring us to CADEP because the CADEP is the pillar for agricultural development in the continent. In CADEP, we have the 55 countries in the continent where they made a commitment on how to take the continent forward in terms of agricultural development. And the issue of climate resilient system is key on the CADEP agenda. Now, I said the first thing we do is advocacy. We advocate by encouraging member states to mainstream technologies, to harmonize policies in such a way as to enhance agricultural productivity in the continent. The issue of gender mainstreaming, the issue of mainstreaming climate resilient system is key on the advocacy agenda of the African Union Commission. Also, what we do as part of the solution to the challenges is capacity building. Now, we don't take a specific country problem and develop capacities on it. We look at common capacity challenge that exists in the continent, and we then look for providers or international partners that can help to build the capacities of member states. It's all about bridging the gaps that exist. Capacities on, let me give an example, a very good example. Morocco, for example, a good example, is doing a lot of work on desalination of seawater for irrigation. Now we find out that they are doing this at a very cheap, it's very cheap, and they have the technology for doing this. So why not encourage other African countries that are littoral to also look at what Morocco is doing in terms of desalination of seawater? And we have been doing that in the past 4 years. Also, in terms of irrigation capacity, we organize yearly training for young irrigation experts in the continent on different irrigation challenges, especially as it affects the issue of water productivity and use of small irrigation schemes. So we are doing that as part of the solution to the issue of capacity gap that exists in the continent. Then at the Commission level, we also support the regional economic communities and the member states in mainstreaming climate resilient production technology into their food system. This is a Herculean task because, as we are all aware, the states or the member states are sovereign states. So getting them to do what you want them to do, even if it is something that has been proven to be very efficient, is quite difficult. But we are pulling on it. What is helping us, the binary review, I don't know how many of you have heard of the binary review also. Every 2 years, the African Union Commission, we track progress made by member states in terms of the commitments they have made. So like for irrigation, that was also presented, I saw that there on irrigation water use. So not just for irrigation also, we also look at the issue of youth involvement in agriculture. We look at the number of women that have access to farmland. So we track member states' progress in this. Apart from tracking, it's not just to track and say, okay, this is doing fine or not doing fine. It is also an opportunity to peer learn among countries. So if we find out that there is something that Rwanda is doing very well, for example, in terms of women access to farmland, then this is something we can also push other countries to emulate and incorporate in their ecosystem. So apart from just the tracking of progress, we also recommend what countries that are lagging behind, what they need to do to be able to come up and take the lead. So these are some of the things we do in response to the issue of agricultural development in the continent. Like I said, at the AU level, we look at what member states have agreed, what they are doing, and see who is doing well and who is not doing well, and we'll see how we can scale some of these practices. Now, the issue of peer learning is also key. It's a way of also creating that integration in the continent. We send scientists to countries to look at what they are doing, and they copy from those countries and they go back to their countries to implement these things. So it's not just go and learn, but also go and implement. Then we also track what you are doing over time in terms of implementation of what have been learned. So these are some of the few things I will just highlight here that we are doing at the Commission level. Like I said, AU, it's a continental body of 55 member states. So it's a big organization. So we look at what countries are doing in terms of climate resilience system. So I'll stop here for now, and I think I've saved enough time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mure. I think it's encouraging to learn that the AU Commission has climate resilience as a key part of its agenda. And thank you for sharing the work that you do in terms of advocacy and promoting the sharing of experiences between the different African countries. Well, now we've come to a time in the program or in this session where we're going to invite questions, and we're going to invite the panelists to interact with the audience and the questions. I just need to check, how do we invite the online participants? Are we going to? Okay, so the participants online are invited to write down their questions, and we're going to try and read them out towards the end and see if we can get the panelists to answer. All right, I'm going to take hands now. I see there's a hand here. Are there any hands? Okay, 1, 2. Right, let's take 3 hands for now. Is there a third hand this side? Oh, there's a third hand. Okay, we'll start here and then there, and then we'll go there. Yes. If we can just ask the colleagues just to introduce themselves as they ask the question, and if possible, say to whom is the question addressed. Thank you.
Very comprehensive speakers and also speech, and also you highlighted most of the challenge you are facing everywhere, and we are not going to talk more about the challenges. But one of the most important comment which about gender, young professional, young in general, and women, and they are not interested for agriculture. And based on our experience during the last 5-6 years, we already have our own young professional forum. And in general, in a quick analysis, I do believe that the majority of our members, they are gender, and they are very active. And the majority of young professionals, they are keen to learn more. And if we are going to look for actions, we have to invest, and I fully trust on their capabilities to help for implement actions. And in this regard, we are all. It is on. We have to do more effort together to support them in general. The second, when we are going to talk about actions, I also, one important point, we have to consider to invest in infrastructure. Because without to have a strong infrastructure, without to have a dynamic management of our structure, we will not be able to face this great challenge, especially for floods, extreme rainfall event, and so on. This is just in general, and I would like to thank you very much.
Question over there.
Thank you so much, panelists, for that insightful discussion. My contribution, I want to draw on perspectives from Uganda, and I want to contribute to water governance aspects. First and foremost, I want to add on the water governance perspectives. Is it okay now? Okay, I want to recognize lack of coordination from the key actors as a very critical issue as far as water governance is concerned. For instance, the food actors in food systems and the actors in the water sector do not seem to speak to each other. From my experience with water governance in Uganda, whenever I have stakeholder meetings and I bring together the Ministry of Water and the Ministry of Agriculture, they speak a different language from the same country. So, meaning it has created an impression that actually irrigation and wash, water and sanitation, are competitors. So, and they tend to be a priority on wash than irrigation. So I also want to talk about the issue of in irrigation. For instance, Makerere University developed a drip system of irrigation that is very friendly, user-friendly, but scaling out becomes a problem. So meaning that research, policy and practice do not speak to each other. So for us as researchers, we end up publishing our work in high-impact journals and getting promoted, but without impacting farmers. I also want to talk about gender inclusion, gender equity and equality, and especially women taking decisions in water governance as a key hindrance. While women tend to be responsible for water at a household level, they do not take decisions as far as irrigation is concerned. And since they constitute the biggest percentage in smallholder farmers, that becomes a challenge to having a climate-smart agriculture. So I also want to end by talking about building robust institutions and capacity building at a community level. For instance, in Uganda, I'm aware that when it comes to wash, there are water user committees at village level, but I'm not aware of the committees responsible for irrigation. I submit.
There's one more question or comment. Over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Ludfred Kisoli from Arab University, Tanzania. I just have a quick question from the presentation made by Ms. Mary John Gabriel. And this relates to your experience in South Africa. You've talked of the technology and innovation that is also part and parcel of your activity, and specifically drawing your attention to the use of simple-to-use tools, the chameleon and the wetting front detectors. We have also done quite a bit in Tanzania, and we have also experienced some of the challenges in, of course, not only rolling out this, but also more into scaling out. Now, my question was, how or what do you do as this department from the government perspective to sort of play a role around scaling some of these innovations? Thank you.
Let's take the last one for this round. Behind you.
Thank you very much, all panelists. I'm just wondering, for the last 2 decades, we've been hearing this whenever we meet. Our agriculture is only 10% irrigated, 90% rain-fed. We keep hearing that. But what must we do differently to address it. What? I still keep thinking, when you go to Israel, you go and see how dry it is. But we bring our fruits from there. They have done something. Can we learn from them? What has transformed agriculture in Australia? Well, the guy is there. What should we learn from them to do things differently, so that in another 10 years we don't assemble, we are still at 10% irrigation? Thank you.
Maybe what we can do, let's start with the two questions, and then the panelists can also reflect on the comments.
Thank you very much from my colleague from Tanzania. So what we do is we do pilot studies. And we have been lucky enough in terms of the pilot study that the Australians have come on board and expanded some of the areas that we do piloting to. So we did it in 2 provinces, in KZN and in Limpopo, and they expanded it in 3 or 4 others, including the Northwest. So that also helps in terms of the collaboration. But we have strong institutional arrangements. So even if we do pilot some, as I mentioned, if you look at the rainwater harvesting and the greywater harvesting techniques, our sister department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment also take hold of it. So the point of it is, in government you form strong institutional arrangements that certain of the partners that are involved in water, including your social department that deals with schools, your education department that deals with schools, your social department that deals with communities, they could actually, that is where we do the shared collaboration and shared investment in these initiatives. So that would be my recommendation. Sir, regarding the area of the 10%, it's not just the area of 10% that irrigation contributes to, it's how much percentage in production does it give. In South Africa, only 1.5% of our land is irrigated, but our contribution to production is 30%. I don't have the financial aspects of how much of that is exported, because our wines are exported and they are irrigated. Our fruit is exported and that is irrigated. Our vegetables is also irrigated and that is exported. So it's the contribution of that proportion that is under irrigation that you should be thinking of, and not just the percentage of area that is under irrigation. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's get the Australian colleagues to add on the scaling up and scaling out. What has Australia been able to do successfully in that area? And then we can expand on the question about the 10% and taking it higher.
I mean, Australia has a long history of investing in irrigation, and made an awful lot of mistakes where some areas have been abandoned, other areas have required enormous government subsidies to keep functioning, and it's taken Australia decades upon decades to get to a state where the irrigation systems are commercially viable and self-sustaining and using water in a moderately efficient way. And so this isn't a quick process. I think it is a mistake to focus on the area of hectares under irrigation. It's much more important to focus on how well that command area is farmed and to do it more intensively. I think it's a mistake to focus on the amount of investment in irrigation infrastructure because an awful lot of the infrastructure that has been built, including in Africa, isn't well managed. And so we have seen in a number of African countries government policies that result in the failure of that infrastructure. if you order farmers to grow staple grain crops that are not very profitable and the farmers can't pay the fees that are needed to maintain the infrastructure, that's a wasted investment. And in place after place in Africa, we see a lot of money spent on very expensive infrastructure, very little money spent on understanding how that infrastructure will be used, the infrastructure degrading because it's not maintained, only for a donor to come and build it again. And that's a cycle that collectively we have to break.
I just follow up on what Jamie said. We just took our African colleagues here to see irrigation in Australia. And I think what was interesting there is that we could see that irrigation in Australia also started as small scale. And then over, I would even say, decades, many decades, it consolidated into larger and larger unit. And it became more and more productive. So we looked at a lot of value adding, and we saw a lot of thriving Australian communities that thrived because of value adding. We spoke to a councillor in a local community that said, but we are actually not that much job created by agriculture as industry. But she's wrong. That industry wouldn't be there if it wasn't for agriculture, right? So it was packing sheds, it was canola oil manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. But I think when we in Africa want to learn from what happened in Australia, we also have to understand that Africa is not Australia. So we have to gear these value adding to the African conditions. We can't go wholesale. We are not going to build a new canola manufacturing plant that costs hundreds of millions of dollars somewhere in remote Zimbabwe. It's not going to work. The challenge really for us is to find out how do we do this value adding in the local communities at a much smaller scale so that these value adding can create more jobs. We need economic development, we need activity, we need jobs. We need jobs for people in the local communities. And that is the critical aspect of getting irrigation built. What we have seen in TISA is that once farmers experienced that irrigation was profitable, you should see how quickly they themselves organized to clean their canals, to build fences around their canals, because then the cattle didn't go into it and destroy it, because they have experienced that they made money. So now water is valuable, so we are willing to put the effort in that makes for secure water supply, to clean the canals. The issue is how do we make things profitable? And that's also when it comes to food security, there are two aspects, physical aspect and economic aspect. So we can produce the food we eat, or we can make money from the food we produce, so we can buy what we need. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think on the question around what can we do to increase our irrigation, I just feel like maybe one of the things we need to do is to leapfrog our agriculture policy, really start to do things differently. I see that quite a lot, and in my own country where there is several studies that have happened in a flood-prone area, and these studies have pointed out that you could actually get more out of the agricultural sector investment in those areas if, for example, you prioritized winter cropping other than rain-fed agriculture. But then we see every year government continues to give subsidy for rain-fed agriculture. So I think at some point we need to confront this question. We just need to radicalize the agricultural policy investment in that sense. And maybe in other countries there are different scenarios of the same kind. I think we need to change things. The climate is never the same, and therefore we need to start doing things different. The question on youth, yes, we have very few youths in agriculture, but I can also point out to the fact that I've seen a lot of youths now embracing agriculture. Using modern technologies, going into agriculture in different value chains. The question that I've had is, how are we using national investment through budget to leverage on this interest? Because that interest is real, and that is the future. So really ensuring that we pick on those few youths in different countries that are showing interest in agriculture and get them supported through national policy or investment through national budget. That would be the way to go, I think. I think a question around the coordination challenges, I would say that at least my Ugandan colleague, you saw that coordination challenge between Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Water. I've personally seen that, for example, in one ministry where one ministry has different regulations between sectors. And you can imagine Ministry of Agriculture contradicting itself. So I think there's need for a lot of dialogue at that level, where we have different regulations now to start to speak to each other. Otherwise, I think there's a bit of chaos that needs to be addressed.
Thanks so much. Dr. Matilda, and then...
Yes, I want to contribute on the upscaling and outscaling of irrigation, particularly with reference to the... Okay, sorry. Particularly with reference to the country where I come from, Cameroon, where the study was done. Irrigation, it's far-fetched. It's far-fetched there. The rural communities are mainly depending on rain-fed agriculture. And partly the reason is because of the scale at which they are cultivating at very low scale, as I mentioned in my presentation, which implies that it's just impossible for them to invest on irrigation systems, unlike the rich farmers here in South Africa and other places. So in this circumstance, I think they require the government's intervention if they need to have alternate sources of water for the irrigation of the farms. They need government intervention. So I don't know what the AU is doing in this regard to ensure that there should be an outscale of irrigation practices across Africa. Unfortunately, as a result of the fact that they are unable to irrigate their farms, it pushes them to cultivate around the wetland areas, which has serious consequences in terms of pollution because of the chemicals they use on the farms, the fertilizers, causing serious pollutions on water resources. So this is a serious concern. Thank you.
Yeah, I should stand up also. Yeah, thank you very much. I will just speak to the issue of the 10% that my colleague raised here. But if you look at that 10%, sincerely, I believe at the continent level, we are not at 10% irrigation. Sincerely, I believe that. And let me tell you the reason. Now, if you look at that component of 10%, good, I know we are low. But if you look at that 10%, it's mainly the large-scale irrigation schemes that are accounted for. You know, the way we started in the continent was this irrigation was like a public investment program. It's more social. The government just, let's give them this. The farmers are put together to manage those very big schemes. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the financial resources to manage. They don't have even the training to do that. So that's why you have a lot of scheme failure in the continent, especially in the 60s, in the 70s and the 80s. So most of these large-scale schemes, they were not sustainable. Many of them were operating below capacity, 20%. You see a large-scale irrigation scheme that was supposed to serve maybe 50 hectares is doing less than 10 hectares. So that was, now in the last 10 years or thereabout, there is this rapid growth of the farmer-led irrigation schemes, these small irrigation schemes. Everywhere you go in the continent, anytime I travel, you'll find out that the farmers are doing it. And like my colleague said, if it is profitable, the farmer will go into it. If they know that putting water in crop production will give them more, they will go into it. So let's not just, good, I know we are still low in the continent level, but I don't think I'm sure we are up to 20%, not 10%, but we are still low. Now, in terms of what the AU is doing also, in my speech, I skipped this. The African Union Commission, we also produce a framework and guidelines the Commission has produced a framework for irrigation development and agricultural management in the continent. Now, in that particular framework, there are suites of irrigation practices that member state countries now, they can pick from based on their peculiarities in terms of technical peculiarity, financial peculiarities. So if it is rainwater harvesting, if you find out that you have rain, you can't preach rainwater harvesting to a country like Egypt, where they don't have the rain. So there are suites of what agricultural management a system that countries can use. But also, apart from just specifying these suits, there are also the technical requirement, the political requirement, the institutional requirement that you need for these schemes to work. So in the framework, we already have that. And it is for member states to look at their peculiarity and say, okay, we have a lot of, let's say, wastewater management issues. So we can actually convert this wastewater to irrigation water. You understand? So the countries can do that, like I talked about the desalination project in Morocco also. Morocco, they have the seawater with a lot of salt. They don't have fresh water, but how can we also use this for irrigation? And they are doing that. So good, we are still low. I quite agree with you, but we are not at 10%. I must tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can take one question from the the last presenter indicated desalination project for irrigation in Morocco and its affordability. What are the cost implications and is it sustainable? I think that there was an indication about that. Was it from?
Yeah, thank you. The desalination program, I don't know. That was a question we asked also in terms of how sustainable, in terms of how profitable it is. You are taking salt water, you remove the salt and use the water for irrigation. I know in most of the Middle East countries where they have this issue, after desalination, it's normally for potable water, for drinking water. But Morocco has a very big project. In fact, there's also the environmental concern. How do you handle the salt? After design, how do you handle the salt? Are you not creating another environmental? But they are using solar energy for the process. It's still under. We are cautious about it in recommending it to member states. If you don't have the technical know-how, it may be a very big project for you to do. But that they are doing it shows that it is profitable and it is sustainable. Yes, thank you.
I think we need to close now due to time, but I think there's a question from online which we're going to use as a concluding kind of question, and I'm going to ask all the panelists just in 1 minute just to close on this one. It says most written policies are unimplemented by government institutions who are supposed to be at the forefront of implementing these, especially policies linked to water, agriculture, and environment. What do we do, to move away from this policy, forever making policies, while we know that we've had quite a lot of challenges and shortcomings in terms of implementing what we already have. And maybe in 1 minute, each panelist can just reflect on that, and then we can close. Start this side.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I think that gap between the policy and implementation, the lack of political will is key here. We always say that we are not short of policies, but implementation is the key, is the challenge. I think it's lack of political will. We face this challenge. We face this challenge in Africa. You have a very beautiful project, very beautiful intervention you are putting to member states, and they will tell you, good is very beautiful. We know we need this, but this is not our priority for this year. So I think it's the political will that is absent. It's not your priority for this year. When will it be your priority? I don't say, no, security is our challenge now, or maybe education is our challenge. So I think I'll hinge it on lack of political will. If we have that government buying, let them know that this, yes, development is all inclusive. It's all inclusive. If the government really take it as this is mine, and it's going to benefit the people, so they will support it. Thank you.
In my view, we need more radical approaches. Some of our governments only listen to radical measures. We have campaigns in different areas, gender-based violence and so on. Why can't we also have that pressure group rising up and mounting pressure on government to do something? Thank you.
Okay. From government, what we have is we have the financial power, with the powerhouse of finance. So in terms of research, we ensure that certain things are targeted. We want 50% of the women to be involved in irrigated. That must be targeted. In terms of research, write it down in your contract with research institutions that this need to be implemented. So actually, even if you are not actually doing the implementation, your agency is doing the implementation. And lastly, form very strong institutional collaboration in terms of how it's going to be rolled out. Contact your colleagues. I don't need to be in conflict with the people in DWS. They need to fund the bulk infrastructure, and I need to use the water. And the only way for us to do it is to work together in terms of that. So it depends on you first, and then the policies that you make. Thank you.
In the Transforming Irrigation in Southern Africa project, we've been focused on empowering the farmers to transform from subsistence agriculture to highly profitable agriculture. And what that has done is it's forced the governments to change. It's forced the governments to change because the farmers and the private sector are doing their thing outside of government, and they're more powerful in their voice, telling government where their policies need to change and be better implemented. And in many cases, it's shown the governments where their policies are the hindrance that needs to change. And as a result, we've seen a number of key changes on the ground. Mandates to grow only staple food crops have been dropped in some places so that farmers can grow the most profitable crops. We've seen governments say we need to improve our understanding of who owns which piece of irrigation infrastructure, where the income is going to come from to pay for its maintenance, so the system's sustainable. And it's those sorts of changes that we think can be driven by empowering farmers from the bottom up.
Yeah. So I think policy is just an intent. It's an intention. It's a desire that we have in terms of where we want to get. I think as long as that policy pronouncement is not accompanied by investment, it's just rhetoric. So for me, it doesn't matter what a politician says. It doesn't matter what any institution, for example, says they're going to do. I'm only going to take them seriously the moment they put money to it. So let's focus on how are we investing on the political pronouncements that are being made, especially if they come through our national budget.
Thank you very much. Jamie stole most of my thunder. But I think policy is important, and it's important that policymakers, I think, are more willing to listen to the policies that are really needed, and they have to take more the farmer's position into consideration, so that policies are directed toward improving the conditions of the farmers and their communities, and not necessarily only needing national goals, such as delivering stable food. But I might want to use a part of my 1 minute to change the direction, because African governments in reality can only do that much. We are actually in the pocket of a lot of global policies directly from the global north. That means that there are a lot of policies we can't introduce. We cannot make decisions about what our subsidies, about our tariffs, about a number of other things, because they are controlled by global institutions. The global institutions allow global oil companies to dump chicken, sugar, skim milk powder, and everything else. So if somebody in Kenya or in Tanzania wants to increase milk production, they are competing with cheap milk powder that Danish companies, I'm afraid to say, so they have all this skim milk powder because they produce butter and cheeses. So they want to sell it as a high fat content. So they're taking palm oil and adding to the skim milk, and then they're dumping that cheaply in Africa as full cream milk that women buy to give their children because they need animal protein. So what they're actually buying is not animal protein. And these issues are actually maybe also the elephant in the room, if I might use your term, because we don't really want to talk about it. And in a sense, we also don't have the power to talk about it or do anything about it. But I think this is the elephant in the room, really.
Thank you so much. I think we would have loved to take more questions, but we've run out of time. And I think we can all agree that the panel did
a wonderful job. Can we give them a round? I'm now going to hand over to the host, to tell us what we're going to do next. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that session. We are going to take a break now we are going to take a break now to go for lunch. I think it's like 1:12. We're supposed to come back from lunch at 2 o'clock so that we don't lose time on any of our sessions. So please do try to eat quickly as you chat so that we come back for session number 3. We understand that there are some colleagues that arrived this morning and have not had an opportunity to check in, and that they are walking around with their luggage. We have arranged for storage, so if you could please give the ladies at the registration desk, they can relieve you of your luggage until at the end of the day when you will be able to go to your room. We also would like anyone with sort of special dietary requirements, because we couldn't sort of get the information from the catering services on time. So they are asking that if there are any people with special dietary requirements, if you could please note that with the ladies at the registration desk so that they can prepare the meals accordingly. So let's enjoy the break, let's network, let's visit the exhibition store, and we come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
our experts. And this afternoon, we want to look at agricultural technology for resilience, focusing on frameworks and practice. I think the issue of technology came up through in different presentations this morning, and we want to deep dive into that. Basically to look at how is the framework structured for technology transfer in Africa, focusing mainly on emerging technologies. We are privileged this afternoon to have very able experts in this area who will be supported by also experts in different fields on technology and governance. And we hope that we can also interact with them at the end of their presentation. This is how we're structured. So we are going to have two presentations. The first one is going to be by Dr. Nangayo on emerging technologies and frameworks and governance system in Africa. And then we're going to have another presentation by Dr. Sylvester Oike on development of drought tego, again from AATF. Allow me to read to you the bios of our experts. I will start with Dr. Nangayo, who is going to take the first presentation. Dr. Nangayo is an applied ecologist and a leading expert on biosafety and regulatory affairs. He holds a BSc degree in biological sciences from University of Nairobi, Kenya, and a MSc degree in environmental biology from University of Guelph, Canada, and a PhD degree in applied ecology from Imperial College, University of London. Additionally, he holds a postgraduate diploma in crop protection from Imperial College, London. His career as a scientist began at the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, KARO, where he worked for close to 20 years, rising through the ranks of research officer, senior research officer, principal research officer, and deputy director of biotechnology research in Nairobi. He is responsible for securing regulatory approval, authorization for testing, and deployment of agricultural technologies, including ensuring compliance with regulatory requirements of target countries for AATF projects. Francis is a member of many professional societies, including Entomological Society of Kenya, the African Crop Science Society, the African Association of Insect Scientists, the Public Research and Regulation Forum, the African Biotechnology Stakeholders Forum, and the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa COMESA expert panel on biotechnology and biosafety. Previously, Francis served as a member of the Kenya Standing Technical Committee on Imports and Exports, the National Biosafety Committee, NBC, of Kenya, the Institutional Biosafety Committee of KARO, and the Executive Committee of the Inter-African Physiosafety Council of the African Union. And Francis comes from Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Francis, who is going to give us our first presentation this afternoon. Francis, you have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, organizers, for inviting AATF, let me say welcoming AATF to participate in this policy dialogue forum that speaks to the subject of climate-smart agriculture, which, as we were told in the morning, is a matter that speaks directly to the problem of the moment, and that is not climate change, but climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. In my presentation today, which will be about emerging systems, emerging technologies, and governance systems for the same, I will take the liberty to remind us about the diversity of emerging tools and applications available. Some very exciting because already some are being harnessed to deal with the subject of climate change adaptation. But some, their use is yet to be completely harnessed, and that raises some concerns, which is the reason why regulation of such technologies then becomes very, very important. And I'll then, in that regard, talk about regulations of modern technologies. And from my background, I will be comfortable talking about regulation of modern biotechnology applications, speaking directly to the subject of genetic modification and genome editing, particularly how those two applications are regulated globally, but with a special focus on how we are regulating this in Africa before I make my concluding remarks. Next. There are so many emerging technologies, and the screenshot I picked from the web here just shows some that you may already be familiar with. You will see applications like artificial intelligence and machine learning. You will see applications like the use of robotics and many, many others. But I did mention that I will not lecture you on emerging technologies per se. I will just narrow my presentation on the field of biotechnology and not talk about biotechnology as such, but how biotechnology is regulated, because I was invited here to talk about governance systems, which is regulation, so to speak. And as I already highlighted, I will keep those two sub-subjects of genetic engineering and genome editing as the main focus of my presentation. Next slide. I want to talk about genetic engineering very briefly as an extension of an age-old subject that we know called genetics. And I'm saying genetics is an old subject because we know this. We know this from vivid accounts of our ancestors who, when they got fed up with the job of hunting and gathering, they made some innovation to pioneer selection and crossing of plants and animals, and hence that marked the beginning of the subject of genetics. Those of you familiar in plant breeding may know that in the late 18th century, the work of Gregor Mendel did give structured perspectives on this subject of heredity and inheritance. And fast forward into the mid-40s and the mid-50s, scientists at the time had already narrowed down and characterized the nature of DNA as a genetic blueprint, and going even further to characterize it as a double helix structure, the iconic double helix twisted ladder that we all know about. And in the mid-60s, scientists discovered that naturally enzymes exist that can cut DNA at specific sites. And there are also enzymes that can also repair that DNA called ligases. And that is what stimulated interest in genetic engineering. And in 1972, scientists celebrated successful cloning of DNA from one microorganism to another. And while this was exciting, some said, wait a minute, if we are going to move genes like this, we better know the consequences. And I think they were alluding to the need to move within regulatory safeguards. Much later, of course, the utilitarian part of cutting DNA and moving it here was harnessed into production of insulin that is now commercially available, synthetically produced, and this helps in the field of health science. In parallel, plant scientists by the early 1980s had perfected the art and science of developing genetically modified crops, which are now commercialized and cultivated, even in this country where we are. The rest is a story for another day. Now, I want to flip the story and then talk about when did the regulation of genetic engineering actually begin. If you go to the next slide. And it all started around 1972, where I said a team of scientists had been able to clone a DNA fragment from a bacterial cell from a viral DNA fragment cloned into bacteria. And scientists then got concerned that even as we explore this field that enables moving of genes across species, we better know the health implications. And meetings were then held one after another. The famous meeting took place in beachside town of in Davis, California, in 1975, that helped build consensus on how to regulate genetic modification. And that became then the foundation of developing guidelines for regulating genetically modified plants or organisms in the US. Elsewhere, OECD countries were concerned about this, and in 1983 they set up an ad hoc committee of experts to see how to develop guidelines. And it's a team that worked very well, because only 3 years later, in 1986, they published what became the OECD Blue Book on recombinant DNA safety considerations. I've talked about how this emerged in the US and how this was also emerging in other OECD countries. Africa is not in picture yet. And I want to say that in the rest of the developing world, including Africa, interest on regulating genetic modification is linked to a meeting that took place in Rio in 1992, which we know also it gave impetus to developing or discussions around having an international framework for regulating the movement of living modified organisms, which culminated in the passage of what is known as the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. And that protocol was adopted in the year 2000. And I want to then say that when it comes to genetic engineering, in many developing countries and in virtually all African countries, this is linked, let's go to the next slide, this is linked to this Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. This was the major influencer of the kind of governance system we have for genetically modified organisms. So the protocol is about contributing to ensuring adequate level of protection in the field of safe transfer, handling, and use of living modified organisms. Another driving force that influenced the nature of regulatory systems we have for GM technology in Africa is an outcome of a project that was commissioned by Africa Union in around 2002 to develop what was called the African Model Law on Biosafety. I think at that time, the feeling was that many African countries had not developed frameworks for regulating genetically engineered products. And the African Union must have felt a duty of care in considering to develop a model law that member states could default to if they wanted. And both the Cartagena Protocol and the African Model Law emphasize the principle of precaution. In fact, the African Model Law emphasized precautionary principle in the extreme sense. But what do we mean by this precautionary principle? If you go to the next slide, precautionary principle is a governing principle in environmental management that advocates for demonstration of full scientific certainty before you can allow certain actions to take place. I have put the word full scientific certainty so that we can pause and think about it. When we were invited to come here, a team of my colleagues from AATF, if we wanted full scientific certainty that we would travel by car and then fly in a plane safely and come here, of course that evidence would not come, so we would not have come. So the precautionary principle sometimes puts certain expectations too high, and it is like assuring yourself that if you have a bicycle and you happen to live in a society where there are people who steal, the only way you can be sure that the bicycle is safe is to padlock it and padlock it and padlock it again and again, then padlock and continue like that. Then you'll be assured that there is perhaps full scientific certainty that then it will not be stolen. I'm just putting this anecdote here to emphasize that because of such principles of full scientific certainty, we have ended up with regulatory systems that are perhaps too protective. And if we move to the next slide, let me say that with the time, then African countries moved on to develop what we call national biosafety frameworks by putting in place policies on biotechnology, then matching these with legislation. In many countries, this is called the Biosafety Act or Biosafety Decree or GMO Act in this country. And then establishing institutional mechanisms for enforcing the laws and a mechanism for engaging the public in this process. And when you set up these four components, you can perhaps relax and say, well, we have put what, in our view, amounts to a national biosafety framework. But I want to add that there is always the hidden element called political goodwill and public acceptance that must also align with all these for this kind of governance system to work. And having said that, I want to say, if you go to the next slide, that getting a national biosafety system in place has never been easy. One would expect that you set up the four components I have indicated, and then with the political goodwill and public acceptance, you would desire to be at the dark green corner there. That means you have a fully developed framework that is also functioning. So to get there, there are a number of countries that have tried to get there, and they are still on the arrow that is far left. There are others that have walked a winding road, gotten there, and again maybe dropped off. And I come from Kenya. At one time, we had all those four components in Kenya. But the government at the time, again, disregarding perhaps their own policies and laws, again came up with something called a cabinet ban on GMO, and meaning that you are at the desired place and again you drop off. But thankfully, we have a new administration that is trying to work things back to where we ought to be. So having said this, let me then now just show how national biosafety frameworks for GM technology has evolved. I know I'm running out of time, but I have just 1-2 slides to do that. If we go to the next slide. Yes. 20 years ago, if you talked about a country having a governance system on GM technology, you would perhaps only count South Africa. And maybe that time Egypt was moving in the right direction. Egypt had a system that was nearly there. Then 10 years later, we tracked this, and we could see about half a dozen countries were dark green, meaning that they were having functioning systems. There were others that were still yellow, meaning work in progress. But I want to emphasize that there are some that had taken the precautionary principle that I have explained much earlier. And they had developed laws that were so prohibitive, and those countries have indicated them appearing red there. And then about 2 years ago, when we did our audit, we saw that some had relaxed, especially Ethiopia had changed, and Tanzania also had moved to a progressive path towards regulating GM technology. But that's where we are. Let me wind up. I have just one slide on genome editing, which is considered an extension. Let's go to the next slide. An extension of genetic engineering, but getting to be done in a more precise way. And the discoverers of this mechanism of doing genome editing is a couple of 2 ladies there who got a Nobel Prize 2 years ago. But this is not to say that the genome editing and genetic engineering are the same. In fact, it has become a polarizing subject. If you go to the very last slide, it's a polarizing subject where in the European Union, the thinking is that genome editing and genetic engineering are the same, and the court ruling in 2018 just went on to ratify that. That decision may be affecting what is happening in other parts, like perhaps influencing what could also be happening here, but I'm not sure. But we have countries like Nigeria and Kenya that have distinguished genetic modification from genetic engineering, and so on and so forth. But I've run out of time. Thank you very much for listening to me. The rest I can respond to in the QA.
Thank you so much, Francis, for giving us a history of biotechnology from where it started and where we are. And listening to you, I remembered one quote, and I just want to read it. It says, in as far as GMO or emerging technologies are concerned, in the US, products are safe until they're proven risky. In France, products are risky until proven safe. In India, products are risky even when proven safe. Africa, products are risky even when they don't exist. So with that, allow me to invite our second speaker, Dr. Oike. And Dr. Oike has more than 18 years of interdisciplinary experience in research and development projects of natural resources and crop management and plant nutrition. He joined ATF from the Africa Rice Center, WARDA, where he worked for 5 years, rising to the position of a principal scientist, soil fertility agronomist, and project leader. Sylvester attained his doctorate in soil science, specializing in soil fertility and plant nutrition from the Ahmadu Bello University, Nigeria,
in 1996. In 2001, he was a postdoctoral fellow at Cornell University. In plant, soil, and nutrition lab at Ithaca. He obtained a master's degree in crop science from the University of Nigeria, the same university from where he had graduated with a bachelor's of agriculture degree in horticulture. Sylvester holds a postgraduate diploma in irrigation engineering from the Center of Irrigation Engineering at Catholic University in Belgium. Besides research, he has lectured in Nigeria at the University of Benin on soil science and Anambra State College of Education on crop production, horticulture, agriculture economics. Sylvester is a national of Nigeria. Allow me to invite Sylvester, who is going to talk to us about how the framework that Francis talked about is actually being implemented in practice and some of the products coming out of that framework. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm glad that you are hearing me because, we just finished eating. What I don't like is to give a talk just after lunch. But my voice is so loud that when I talk, you have to wake up, whether you are slumbering. So let me just quickly talk about this, how the framework has helped us, and then the challenges. I'm going to talk on behalf of several organizations. We are being supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the US. We'll talk about how we went through developing climate-smart maize. I hope this thing can change. No, I would have liked to really control it myself. Unfortunately, I can't. So next slide. I can't control it myself. Okay, so let me rely on assistance. Now, anytime you hear the word GMO, you know what happens? Debate. And it's very common in Africa. There are debates. Is it safe? It's not safe. Is it safe? It's not safe. But I want to, if you don't take any message from me today, take the message that any GMO crop or animal that has been approved, has been evaluated, approved, is safe for human consumption, for animal and for the environment. Please, next slide. That is the statement by well-known organizations world over. Please go with that message. The argument we are arguing in Africa, let it stop. Please. Because we are arguing, the same people who are supporting us to argue are the same ones who are eating this technology. They are using the technology. They are feeding from the product of the technology, but they are not growing. But we need to grow it in Africa. And why do we need to grow it? Please, next slide. A third of our population in Africa depend on maize. Am I lying or not? Southern Africa, a country like Malawi, can they stay without eating maize? No. But maize is the most sensitive crop when it comes to drought. We've been talking about climate change. Now, there's also the pest, like stem borer. When we started many years ago, 2008, we were focusing on stem borer. But one serious bug, they call it 4-army worm, came all the way from the Americas in 2016 and has come to live. It has refused to go. If you are a farmer and you grow maize and you have not experienced this bug called 4-army worm, then you are not what being called a maize farmer. If you go to Kenya, you go to everywhere in Africa now, our maize production, when it has no maize to feed, it starts feeding on any other crop available. Africa is losing so much money, 2.5 to about 5 billion annually because of this pest. We say let us address this twin problem of drought and pest. Next. So we formed this partnership. It started as Water Efficient Maize for Africa in 2008. In 2018, we changed the name to Teller Maize Project. When we started in 5 countries, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa, Ethiopia, and South Africa and Tanzania, Uganda. Ethiopia saw the product and joined us in 2017. Nigeria also heard about it. They wept and they shouted and said they must be part of this partnership. They joined in 2019. And the other partner in the breeding program is the CIMIT, which we all know, the Maize, International Maize and Wheat Improvement Program. We have our private sector organization, Bayer, that graciously donated to us. They are 700 maize type. They call it germplasm from different parts of the globe. They gave it, put it on table. They also gave us their drought-tolerant gene or trait, which I will talk about. There are 2 insect protection traits. There are regulatory data to support because of what he said that it is highly regulated product. They gave it to us. We are a foremost African technology transfer organization. We are coordinating. Please, next slide. Now, when we started, we said, what is the best approach to develop maize? Please, anyone who has it, we assemble all the various approaches. We say we are going to use conventional breeding, facilitated with what they call marker-assisted breeding. I won't go into those jargons explaining. And then we do the genetic engineering. That is, what we are saying is, as other parts of the world, let our African farmers have options. If you want to go conventional, go conventional. If you want to go transgenic, that's the GM he was talking about, go transgenic. So we did breeding for the conventional, made them drought tolerant. We released across the project country 124, which we call drought tego. Tego simply means a Latin word which means shield. Maize that is shielded from drought. Now we said, okay, this maize is shielded from drought. Can we further enhance it through genetic engineering that he mentioned about, using a protein which they call co-shock protein, is from soil microorganism called Bacillus, which is Bacillus subtilis. It is used for almost a century. If you have been to Japan, you hear the word natto. It's for fermented soybean. In Nigeria, we also use it to make condiments for cooking. It's safe. Then we said, okay, when we have enhanced it just by only 10%, we can now protect with insect protection trait, which they call, which is the BT from Bacillus thuringiensis. This BT is used in the horticultural industry, in organic farming. They spray, but scientists say instead of spraying, let's put it into the plant so that the plant can protect itself without you intervening spraying. This is what we are talking about. Now, quickly, next one. So, I talked about drought tego. I just want to show you some of the results that are there from from their performance. Quickly, please. Next. So, we evaluated the drought tego materials in 17 maize growing county in Kenya. Within that period, 2.5 years, we saw yield of farmers. Can you imagine the number of farmers there? 4,800 farmers. Yield increasing by 53%. That is a crop we saw in February. A seed company was, because of the interest by farmers, was producing seed, 300 metric tons of seed to sell to smallholder farmers in Kenya. Please, quickly. Now, here, in developing this product, we did it with the farmers. We involved them in the development. Look at farmers evaluating the products on their field. Please, next one, quickly. There are lots of pictures in here just to be able to carry us along. So we said, okay, let us see the impact of this product. We got external people to do an impact assessment of the drought tego. And farmers told us that why they prefer this drought tego compared with their other variety is that it copes with drought much better. And most importantly, they say they prefer it because it has drooping ears. You can see the ear. When it matures, it turns down and birds won't go in there. And in addition, rain won't enter. Then they also say that when it's ready for harvest, the green material, they can feed it to animals. They call it stay green phenomenon. Quickly, Let me just move from there. So we talk about the transgenic. Now, where I'm saying that among these top best drought-tolerant material, we are enhancing them to make them more drought-tolerant and protecting them against insects. So that's what I'm going to talk now. Those products we call teller. Teller was derived from the word tutela, Latin word which means protection. So in doing transgenic work, the first two boxes you see there, under normal circumstances in breeding, farmers, we don't do that. Breeders don't do that. They just do their materials and then go to what they call national performance trial for variety certification. When it's satisfied, it's released and seed company produce seed. But because of that fear that everyone has about the safety, they introduce what they call confined field trial. These are regulated trials that nothing must be taken out of the field. Everything must be handled there and buried there until you have proven that they are safe to human, they are safe to animals, they are safe to environment. You produce a dossier up to 140 pages, dossier thesis, all on safety of this product. And along this chain, it's only when they give you approval that you can take them out to go into variety certification. So it takes years. So that's why I say any product, GM product that is approved for consumption, consider it safe. All this argument we are doing, please, let's forget about it. Next. So we said, okay, now we have this product. They are first bred as conventional products. We inserted the two genes now, the protein that I mentioned, the BT and the co-shock protein. We say now let's evaluate them. Are they efficacious? Do they work when we put them in our own adapted germplasm? This is the trial I want to go. I won't be able to give you the full cocktail of the result, but I will just showcase some to see. Please, next slide. Now, you see, across 6 locations, 12 confined field trial for 5 years in all those countries, we found an average 43% yield advantage. But what does it mean? Is this fertilizer that increases yield? No. What it means is this. If I am a farmer, he is a farmer, we have adjacent field, we have the same quantity of seed, fertilizer, everything. The difference between his and mine is that he's a progressive farmer, he plants the GM product. I am a non-progressive farmer. I say, no, I will go with the conventional. If I grow the conventional, he grows this, what happens? He gets 143 bags where I get 100 bags. That's what it means. What happened to my 43 bags? My 43 bags is eaten by the pests. My crop will look like that one in the extreme. His will look very green. You know what I will do if I'm in the village? I will accuse him of witchcraft. You are laughing, but it happened here in South Africa. Kingston can witness it. I will show you an article when we go. Please go next. Quickly, please. So this is what the crop looks like. If you are a farmer, would you like to grow the one in the middle? When you can grow that clean one there. That is the technology we are talking about. Do they look different? This one is GM, that one is non-GM. Is there a difference? If I take you to the field and I show you, if I don't tell you this is drought tolerant, this is non, you will never know the difference. It's just an approach that scientists have come across on how to develop and make our life much easier for us. It's safer. I'll show you some more pictures. Please, quickly. Now, he talked about how windy the road is. When you get an approval that takes you the product out of confined field trial, it's like winning a lottery. You can see me there celebrating. That was in Nigeria. Within a record of 3 months, they gave approval. In some other country, you do it for almost 10 years. You don't get an approval. You are stuck. That's what he was mentioning. Quick, please. Now, so, can you see that picture there? This is a material that has been developed. Here in South Africa, the farmers are growing this product since 2016. Now, look at the one to your extreme right, the green one, looking green. Do you see what it's like? The other one is eaten by pests, isn't it? It looks small. See the yield difference 6 times. You can read more about this article. It's not witchcraft. It is Tego. This is a true story. Who saved this guy from being lynched by his community, the farmer, is Kingston. Please, Kingston, stand up, let them look at you. What we are talking is not a strange technology. Look at them breeding it. He was the one who saved the guy because he was going to be lynched. He got sample of seed from Kingston in a field day and went and tried it in his community. Fall army worm came. The crop was ravaged. Every field was eaten. This guy's crop was growing. And what happened? They say it used witchcraft to destroy their crop. How come he's the only one in the village who has good maize? That is what the technology can do. Next one, please. In Kenya, after we have proven that it works, we said, okay, this variety that we work, 5 of them that were developed, they are BT product. We gave them to the independent organization, the seed certifying agency. You evaluate yourself. They evaluated and identified 3 varieties. You can see the difference. The best check, that is what we are consuming in Kenya. And look at what we can consume. Do you see the yield difference? 2 tons. Do you see the quality of grains? But what is happening in Kenya? Since 2021, we had this approved, and we've not gotten final approval to commercialize. Why? We are still busy arguing. The new government came in, I know it's almost time, the new government came in and removed the ban. After removing the ban, as I talk to you, we have cases in court, up to 5 of them. What are they saying? Why did the government remove the ban? The government removed the ban so that they can use this technology to address food security. What is happening? Where are these NGOs coming from? You ask me, I can answer it. Please, next one. So, challenges. We have this prolonged delay, which is talked about in receiving environmental release and variety release. And there is increased anti-GM advocacy. They are out there to make sure that African farmers do not benefit from this technology. But those who are sponsoring them, they are eating the technology, they are not growing. Who is fooling who? African, we must rise up. And I conclude. I conclude with, please, next one. That strategic combination of conventional breeding has led us to develop drought-tolerant trigo material and drought-tolerant teller materials. However, please go with this message: GM products are safe if they have been proven and certified. But we must go, African government must wake up. We should embrace biotechnology among other technologies, not leaving one, any technology that is there. Bring it to the level of farmer. Let the farmer be the judge, not we scientists, not you policymakers. Please. And let them tell them, urgently, we need to address the negative impact of NGOs that are opposing GMO in Africa. We need to address this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Oike, for taking us through a very spirited presentation. I think I liked the 3 points: the involvement of African in solving Africans' problems, so the use of African scientists, and this is a question of choice. So let's make all the tools available for farmers and let them choose on their own. We're transitioning now to roundtable speakers who are going to react to the 2 keynote speakers. And allow me at this point to invite Dr. Macarius Mdeu, Senior Lecturer from Art University, Tanzania. Sir, you may introduce yourself so that I don't mischaracterize you, but also it's a question of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So my name is spoken, Macarius Mdeu. I work for Ardhi University, Tanzania, as a senior lecturer. But I've been part of the TISA research program for the last almost 10 years now, and I'm still there. Hopefully, I'll continue to be there if the project continue to exist. My presentation is building upon previous speakers, particularly Professor Jamie, who spoke about the use of the tools in managing irrigation water management. Next slide. Yeah, so when we started the project way back 2013, we had two specific objectives which we are focusing on the tools. So the first one was about developing, testing, but also deploying. And the development part was done by Professor Richard Stiziker, who is now managing the VIA project. And then the second part was about the innovation platforms. And as you heard in the morning that we used these two approaches, and we consider them as a two-pronged approach. In the second phase, from 2017, so we still had the two aspects, the tools, but also the innovation platforms, but the focus was much more on upscaling. But I'll be talking much more on the first part, but also focusing the two schemes that we initially started to work. Next slide. Yeah, so this is, you have seen the pictures of the tools. So for the case of Tanzania, so we first had the first tool installed in one of the scheme way back 2014. And as you can see, the second picture from left, so that was the early reader of the chameleon sensors that we had. Technology has transitioned on the tools, and now Richard is talking about card readers. So you don't need the reader as it is now, but just a small card to connect it to the sensors. In 2017, when we started the second phase, so we expanded it to other schemes, and for the case of Tanzania, so we added 5 schemes where we installed the tools. Next slide. Yeah, so by 2021, so the target was, which we had, was to have about 388 tools installed. And by then, about 86 tools had been installed with the small-scale irrigators. But along the way, as a part of engaging the farmers with these tools, we did several training with the farmers themselves, representatives from government agencies, the extension officers, and the total, more or less total participants that participated in this training were about 250. So the issue here is not about maybe, of course, providing the tools to the farmers, and the farmers being able to learn how to use the tools and then adopt how they manage the water, the irrigation water, but also the fertilizers based on what they observe. But on the other part is the training that goes to the agricultural officers that supports these farmers, but also the government agencies that they need to make decisions on these tools, especially on issues of that relates to upscaling. Next. Yeah, and then the second part, which also has already explained in the morning, was the innovation platform, and this slide just illustrates the steps that we went through to establish the innovation platforms in the areas that we were working. Of course, in the second phase, we moved towards also putting up the district platform that brings together a number of irrigation schemes to work at a district level. Next slide, please. Yeah, so once the innovation in platforms are established, so there is need to have a continued engagement. So the stakeholders within this platform continue to meet, to engage, and in the process, they still identify some problems, some challenges, but also opportunities. But also they are able to set and also evaluate some new strategies which they need to engage, and those strategies will take them to where they needed to be, or what they need to achieve. And in the process, so the knowledge and exchange continues to grow as this engagement takes place. But also they need to have a participatory to monitor the process, but also evaluate. So this slide is based on a paper that our colleague Van Ruyen led in a publication. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we had a number of changes which took place as a result of these two interventions. And these are some of the changes which I'm sharing. So we had the changes that were connected with the management of irrigation water, but also the nutrient of fertilizers. And this happens in the schemes that were able to have these tools. But also there are changes that came along as a part of the agriculture innovation platform. And as we saw in the morning in Jamia presentation, so in terms of water, irrigation water, so in these schemes that we have worked, they were able to cut down the number of irrigation frequencies, but also they were able to save the time that they use to irrigate. And along that, then they are able also to reduce the amount of fertilizer that they actually were using to more than half, and that also, which means reduce the amount of nutrient or fertilizer which is washed or leached down as a result of irrigation. Pardon?
How many more slides?
Okay, maybe I can go quick. Yeah, so a quite number of changes, but also the conflict were reduced over use of water. But also we saw changes that pointed to increased incomes among the household. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is you saw in the morning, which illustrate the drivers for the changes. On the one loop, you have the changes which were linked to the tools, but also the second loop, which were connected to the innovation platform. This is based on a scheme in Zimbabwe, Silalachani, but most of these, what you see, also happened in schemes that we have worked in Tanzania and Zimbabwe, in Tanzania and Mozambique as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is again is coming from our colleague Van Ruyen, which is trying to highlight the resilience elements of these interventions. So you have on the first, which is the left-hand side picture, which illustrates the process which goes on innovation platform. And there's a lot of learning that happens in the process. And so it's not only about maybe being able to identify problems and the opportunities, but also to learn the new ways and methods that they need to engage in order to attain the target. But the second one is the tools, the technology, which was developed and engaged. But again, there were a lot of training and learning, but also farmers being able to adapt the different ways and change how do they irrigate, make a decision on irrigation, which contributed to cutting down the amount of water that they use, but also the fertilizers. And then considering that the farmers are able to, for example, to have better inputs, but also access market, then these interventions contributed to improve the incomes and also livelihood. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. Yeah, so I just tried to link a little bit with the governance, and I'm not going into details, but was trying to look at the policies and strategies that we have, the extent to which they highlight about these kind of simple technologies which are very relevant to the farmers. And you see there's some mentions, but not very explicit. And when you move into, for example, the actions, then you don't see the action. But that does not mean, that farmers or entrepreneurs are not dealing with these kind of simple tools. They are, but perhaps not in a very, I would say, structured and regulated way. Next slide. Yeah, so this is my last presentation, and so what we have found is that when you intervene the two approaches, meaning that the technology, the tools, but also the AIP, then it has demonstrated to contribute to self-sustaining systems. And you have better outcomes when the two are intervened together. And as far as I would say the policies or the framework, then we think that an emphasis on actionable intervention in policies, but also strategies, will allow, these kind of tools to, to be accessible, so that more farmers can actually be able to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mderu, and it was indeed a good presentation. I liked your focus on results, especially the sustainability bit. I think all of us need to be working towards sustainability of our actions. The role of farmers, if we're doing it for farmers, we need to find ways of how to involve farmers meaningfully in our projects, in our intervention, but also the policy recommendations on what we can do going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not doing very well on time, and I know that you may want to ask questions at the end of the day, and it appears that the onus is on us. May we have our presentation, the next presentation, each one of us in 5 minutes if we can, so that we have more time for discussions. So with those remarks, allow me to invite Wilson to speak to us, and you can also introduce yourself.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wilson, and I am coming from Mozambique, and I work at the National Institute of Irrigation. So I think I'll be as quick as possible. So I'll focus on the smart water tools. This is the outline of my presentation. We can go to the location. So this is just a way to show where we are working. This is just an example of the irrigation schemes where we work. And one of the things that Dr. Makari here said that the approach we took on those irrigation schemes was not only about the tools, but also we added the AIP, which is the Agriculture Innovation Platform. But at some point, we also added another approach, which is the participatory mapping, which was a way for us to engage with farmers, understand the irrigation scheme, and identifying the problems that they are facing. Next slide, please. So the challenge we have identified are these bad agricultural practices, and which result in low yields, household incomes, lack of good inputs. So I think at some point this is what we face in most of Mozambique, especially in irrigation schemes. So the idea was what we can do with the approaches that we are bringing with the project to solve some of these issues. Next slide, please. So what we are bringing the tools and also these approaches, the AIP, the mapping. So this is just an example to show the tools. At the bottom, we see some cabbage there, and then we have buried in the soil some waiting for detectors. So the idea was based on the colors of the chameleon, which is the tool that we are using. Farmers can take decision about when to irrigate and when to stop the irrigation. So next slide, please. So this is just some of the impacts of the project. This is data just from one irrigation scheme, in this case, Vincent stem irrigation schemes. This is the uptake accumulated learning over this, let's say, 10 years working in these irrigation schemes. And we can see the adoption of the tools and the approaches on those irrigation schemes can go now up to 80% of the farmers. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we are bringing also some of the good benefits. One of the characteristics of those irrigation schemes where we are working is those farmers, to irrigate, they have to buy fuel to pump their motor pump to irrigate. So one of the things of the impact is with the tools, they've managed to control how often they irrigate. And because of that, most of them reduced the number or the frequency of irrigation, and as a result, they reduce the amount of money they spend to buy fuel. And this was actually one of the first impacts that we noticed on those irrigation schemes. And also because of that, they also reduced time they spend on that activities that they took. They used that time to do other activities. Next slide, please. So this is just to show the days now they take to irrigate. We started, for example, we had farmers that used to irrigate every 7 days, 8 days, 9 days. Now there are farmers that are taking 2 weeks to irrigate their farm. Next slide, please. This is just another example to show some of the yields of green maize. This is fresh maize, it's not the grain, which is in some way very profitable. So most of the farmers, especially during the rain season, they start to produce green maize. And this is just to show where we started, 5 tons, and now we have on average farmers ranging between 10 to 12 tons per hectare. Next slide, please. So this is just to show some other project impacts. I think in the morning some of the issues that we had, and Dr. Pitok shared is most of our irrigation schemes are not well maintained. And with the tools, we've started to notice that there is a lot of water that are being lost in the canals. So with the AIP, we've decided to bring farmers to start together and start cleaning those canals, do some more activity to maintain the irrigation schemes, and this in some way have helped to better manage the irrigation schemes. And also, I don't know if you know, but Mozambique farmers don't pay for water. So it's kind of a challenge when you say become more sustainable for the water you use. And one of the exercises we also did was trying to work with the farmers to see their willingness to pay for water, to calculate how much they would pay. And now from the survey that we have done, we have now around 64% of farmers willing to pay for water. And then we have the problem with allocation, with the cleaning of the canals. There are more now conditions for water to get to the tail enders. And well, we have at the bottom the attraction of young farmers. Well, I think this is a problem all over Africa. Most of our farmers are elders. But working with the local authorities and farmers, which are the owners of the plots on those irrigation schemes, we've managed to attract some young farmers to those irrigation schemes, to those plots that were not being exploited. Next slide, please. Please again. One more. This is just to show some pictures to show how the irrigation schemes now compared to the previous before the project started. Next slide. Next, please. Okay. Now the idea here was to share a little bit about the approach on outscaling. The tools, outscaling the project activities like the AIP and the mapping. So the idea is we have farmer-to-farmer learning, where we bring farmers from other irrigation scheme to a different irrigation scheme to explain about the advantages, disadvantages of the tools, what they think they find as the challenges. And also in most of those irrigation schemes, we also take the local authorities, the government responsible for agriculture on those districts to participate. And also within the irrigation scheme, because the tools are not enough, when the farmers go there to make the readings to understand what's happening with their plots, we also invite farmers around them to be there so they can see what's going on those plots, their neighbor plots. Next, please, next slide. This was just to show the other approach, which is coming from government to key stakeholders. So the idea is on those more bigger meetings, we're trying to invite NGOs, other public government entities to participate on those meetings, to understand a little bit the tools, to understand, for example, what they can do. One of the challenges that we have, for example, is importing the tools. So the idea is to bring those guys working on the importation to see what the way they can help to facilitate the process of importing these tools for the farmers. I think this is the last slide. Next, please. Oh, I have some more. This is some key messages from, let's say, summary. The idea was just to say farmers learning is important to improve yields. I think farmers understand better when they have another farmers trying to explain what's happening. And then the tools allow the farmer to save time and also money, which was very important. The combination of AIP, which are Agriculture Innovation Platform, and the tools as a potential to be used for decision making, because in those meetings, the idea is always to bring key stakeholders that can impact the lives of the farmers. And at the end, the outscaling continues, is an ongoing process involving many irrigation stakeholders. Yeah, thank you.
I hope I was fast. You tried, but not very well. But thank you very much. I think your message on scaling out was very clear. The ability to attract farmers. Very impressed with the ability to pay, farmers being willing to pay for water. So without much ado, allow me to invite Christo. I thought he was presenting something on wine, but
Thank you very much. There you go. Is that my slide? Can I see the slide? Hi, Christus Spies. I am from YNMS, this Chief Wine Taster. That's my official title. My secondary title is Chief Executive Officer, but we don't normally say anything about that. I'll try and keep to 5 minutes. It's, I think, enough time because I really do just want to get across, I think, key messages. I'm not going to talk too much about the detail of irrigation and so forth. We can go to the next slide. What I do want to talk about is just experience that we have in the wine industry about just standardization and aligning industry and aligning our language so that we can better benchmark our producers from the ground up. As ourselves, we're a software provider, and you'd think that we sell software to a producer and to a winery to help that winery, but the reality is we want to look bigger than that. So when we do sell software, we try and align that as best as possible so that the industry can add value and create value from that. And we're lucky in the wine industry to have a body, Savas, that has aligned a lot of our data structures and languages so that cultivars are commonly known. Your rootstocks and irrigation systems has one language. And there's a massive lot of value in that. And with technology going out there is that when we want to extract data from something like that and benchmark our producers, it is proverbially measuring apples to apples. And it's fast and it's real time, and it allows us to really easily help our producers, as Wilson earlier said, to measure themselves against each other, and when they can measure each other, then we know that they can build and they can grow. So if you go to the next slide, if we look at what we measure, for us there's essentially 3 components of the measuring. The one is just measuring the assets, which in a farming community is block data. And a block data to me is everything just from the actual coordinates to the area that we're actually irrigating or irrigating they're producing from, the implements we use, those kind of assets, but also information on those assets, which is the analysis we get from there. And when we can align those, the communication around that, so in the industry, as I said, in the South African wine industry, what we do is, when we talk about Chenin Blanc, do you drink Chenin Blanc, white wine, yes? So when you talk about Chenin Blanc, there's Chenin Blanc and there's Steen. But in our system, Chenin Blanc is the kind of the root. So we can tell you exactly how much, how well a Chenin Blanc produces in the Breedekloof, Paul, whatever valley, because we have consistency in data. On that same level, we want to do this. We do the same on the measurement and investment side, cost, advice, stock, services, so that when you talk about a certain action, those actions are aligned. And when those actions are aligned, we can start measuring and compare, again, users to users. And these are not always the producers. We work very closely with the transformation unit, and we facilitate the emerging farmers, and I have people that consult with those emerging farmers that help measure that data, because our emerging farmers aren't always ready to measure themselves. But that allows our transformation units to look at a high level and compare all the different regions and how effective their funds and funds allocations would be. And you can't do that, obviously, if you don't have the last portion, which is measuring results. And that is measuring results through, obviously, firstly, your production data, which is the actual tonnage or yields that you get from those, and physically the income you do from there. Because if your platform or your blocks in your vineyards, in our case, or your maize crops aren't profitable, then long-term you're not sustainable. And if you're not sustainable, those communities can't grow. So those are my 2 core slides. I just want to just 2 things. Obviously, the enabling technology that's been around for so long is, the next slide is just, you need to be able to measure this and manage this that's accessible. So we use cloud technology to do that. Anything that's available through your browser, through your cell phone, through your iPad, where you can get access to these tools to measure your block data, to measure analysis, and then provide feedback. We refer to a multi-tenant environment, which means that when we do this, one producer can log in and have their own environment, another producer can log into the same system, and at an industry level or at a community level, you can look at and measure the data, obviously securely, from any level of that data, and allow to add in further value-added services to those. So I want to leave you with a couple of last messages and key notes on that. How am I doing with time? Almost there? 2 minutes? It's critical that our language is common. Now, you saw that it's not Afrikaans or Xhosa or English. It's a common language of agriculture. And I think there's structures that need to be in place, like we did in the wine industry and all the other agriculture industries, so it's easy to compare apples to apples. Your access to that information needs to be accessible and measurable. And that measurable, again, is to be defined. That's just kind of the core of what we do as software architects, is building something that allows us to do that. And then integrated is not just integrated between farms, but it's also integrated on the vertical from the lower levels all the way to industry. and that language is integrated through that. And that gets you to a point where you get big data, where you can actually assess data and start adding value by giving people back measurable results. And that's it. That's I think I've got a CV at the end just to show you. Background is we're a flagship wine company. We handle about 73% of all the industry data in South Africa. Introduced about 1,700 farmers. That's 5 minutes. Got it? 2 seconds. I'm almost there. But it's farm. We do anything from farm, olives, juice, and try and install the same principles to give that kind of feedback and benchmarking data back to our producers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christo. Sweet and short, and also very clear messages. Lastly, but not least, can we have Richard? Thank you.
Thank you. Right, well, I want to take you on a very short journey from how we went from what we thought was Do we stop the clock? Okay, on a very short journey from what we thought was building systems for monitoring water and have ended up really to be a system for governance. Next slide, please. And monitoring. This slide is somewhat redundant. I'm going to have to make 2 + 4 + 3 equal 4. I'm not sure how I'll do that, but let's go down 1. So you've already seen the technologies that we make. The VIA researches, designs, develops, manufactures sensors that measure soil water, nutrients, and salts. The output is color. The colors have meaning, and the colors are thresholds for action. And we manufacture them all in Africa for smallholder farmers. Next slide. And next slide. I think we just are going to have to run. I did want to spend some time here on this, how we got to where we are. I won't be able to do it as I expected, but we've spoken so much about the problem of scaling, which has to happen before we get to impact. And we have walked this journey in a very deep way. So quick, next one down. I started my work in 1991. That's two hours up the road, Laboa, if you remember a place called Laboa in the old days. And in the last 30-something years, I've worked on many schemes across Africa, and of course, and many other people have too. And thousands of papers have been written and libraries filled with donor reports. Keep going. But 10 years ago, the WRC tried to do a kind of analysis of how far we'd got, and I think many of you would know the names at the bottom there. And one of the conclusions was that tertiary education responsible for the training of extension staff and managers, agricultural research institutions responsible for innovation in smallholder irrigation, and public extension responsible to guide and support farmer development have all fallen short of their mandates. And when I first read that, I thought, goodness me, well, it's not us, we're doing well. But of course it is us. We all know that almost nothing sticks. We know that. We've seen it. All of us have seen it. Our projects leave and things go back to how they were. Last year, sorry Bezel, but my friend Bezel Chizungu put up this paper at the International Commission for Irrigation and Drainage, Curse or Blessing, Are We Doomed to Succeed? And articulated the unclear ownerships and roles, the unsustainable plot sizes, the incomprehensible participatory approaches, and the unbearable cycles of failure and rehabilitation. And I applaud him for his honesty, because someone needed to say it so that we can do things very differently. Very differently. Next slide. I'd be polite if I had more time. Next slide. CAADP. Who said we don't know CAADP? Okay. We got into this idea of people-centered learning, building technology with people at the center, not building technology for scientists, building them for the people who use them. And I just want to take you through a very, very quick timeline here of what is by far the craziest project of my career. We commissioned, when people say, what is the VIA, by the way, it's just a project, just like all of yours. It's just a project, okay? But after a few years, people saw what was happening, and they said, we want some of these things. And we thought, well, why should I give them to you? I mean, I make them in the weekends anyway. I mean, I haven't got any for you. But then we thought, look, you know, lots of people want them. There's a wave to surf here. Let's surf it. Because, like, you know, everything works in our own projects. I mean, we mark our own homework. But if it works in other people's projects, then maybe, just maybe, we're onto something. Well, within 3 years, we were in 20 countries. We were contracted to work in 4. We were contracted to produce a few thousand sensors. We've gone to tens of thousands. We were contract and thousands of users and user groups. And so last year, we got to a not-for-profit company. And I just want to tell you that, that much of the impediment for scaling sits with us. Not them, us, in our systems and in our preparedness to say it's someone else's job. I'm not going to get to governance because I have got a short time, but I will say something about learning. We started with what we thought was just monitoring. But when we went to the field and spoke to the farmers, there was a much richer conversation going on there. Monitoring is just optimizing what you're doing, which might be the wrong thing. Learning is seeing that what you can do in your constraints that is different. And you can read those comments as well as I. Down one. I think that shot comes from Malawi. Okay, so, and if you listen to what these women are saying, I think these were in Tanzania, I must apply less fertilizer more often. How do you get rid of salinity? Manure stays longer in the soil. These are lessons that were learned hard learned themselves through monitoring, through talking to each other, through comparing what they were getting with each other. Okay, perhaps I won't get to governance. I'll just end by saying that the water, it's fantastic to see the scaling in the seed industry, but water is market failure everywhere you look. And where you're not looking at water failure, market failure, you're looking at poverty. And even the farmers say this is the government's problem. And we subsidize water, and we subsidize concrete, and we subsidize drip kits, and we subsidize fertilizer, and we subsidize electricity. But I think what we should subsidize, if we're going to subsidize anything, is information. Because if you subsidize information, you unlock creativity. And I want to tell you how much there is down there, how much creativity there is down there, how much people want to change. And when people have information, and when they can see that things can be done better, and when they can see that cooperating is better than grabbing the water that you can just because you're closest, then you've got the beginnings of governance of water.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saying it as it is. I think, like you're saying, sometimes we need to be very honest with ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes for questions and reflections. If you're asking a question, be straight to the point and direct it to any one of these gentlemen. I don't like the panel very much because it is all male dominated. My sister and then my brother from. This way. Solid.
Mine is kind of a comment, but also a question, and also some critical reflection on what we do at the Commission. As you listened in the morning, you had Dr. Mura saying that we don't really know. But we formulate policies or we formulate them, and we do them for implementers like you, researchers like you. And I have noted that maybe some of our policies are not known, and I don't know whom to blame. So one of those policies is maybe the guidelines, the continental guidelines on biotech that were endorsed in February 2022. And those guidelines were meant to kind of ease the tension that was around the so-called model that practitioners were saying the precautionary principle and practice was killing the whole effort on biotech. Now, there's a new conversation going on saying, can we review that model and take it back to the policymakers, to the ministers and the presidents and say this thing is not working because all the voices from the field. And the voices from the field, I've had them here. Because sometimes if they ask me, they put me on a corner after I've presented a report and they tell me which ones are those, I don't know. But I've had Sylvester, I've had the AATF, they are very clear, and what they are saying is a lesson that must be learned, and we learn from it by reviewing the model, the aspects that are not working. And even when we are developing the guidelines on biotech, the expert we used was cornered by civil society, punching him left, right, and center, and good enough were during those who were during the COVID days were on Zoom. Maybe they would have shot him. Because for them they have voices, they can be rowdy, I don't know who pays them to write those messages. And in this room I've had the science, and I've seen that we also have the evidence that we can provide options, informed options, and we get out of this hunger situation that we are always in. The voice of Dr. Sylvester made me think that maybe this evening I should look for him to be our champion on biotech. Not that I'm a stakeholder in terms of, like I'm a shareholder, but I coordinate the African Seed and Biotechnology Program. And that was endorsed in 2007. But we've been fearing to touch the area of biotechnology methodologies and applications because we fear these people, we don't know where they descend from. It's like when you talk about gay and what they will descend on you and you don't know what will happen. So is there a way now from this room we can decide that we shall also write policy briefs, we shall inform policy makers, move this research of viewers to extension to the boardroom in the commission at in Ethiopia, say that you people, look here, we are listening to those people who are distracting us. They want to keep us hungry, and maybe they want to sell this, whoever funds them. We can write our own narrative, and we can sell our own biotechnologies and flourish. We can live together in the same room. And also, I want to mention about someone who talked about fertilizer and soil health. We have this fertilizer summit coming on in June in Dhaka, Senegal. This room, what information will come there to inform that summit so that the decisions are also conducive to soil health, but also conducive to the private sector that must sell their fertilizer. Thank you.
Thank you. I think with the time, I'm only going to take 2 more questions, and then I can allow the panelists to respond to that and also make concluding remarks. And then Uganda.
Thank you very much. In fact,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm very proud to see the result from Tanzania and Mozambique. And now we are talking about actions and about technology. And I myself, I believe 100% this is what we need, because this is a very simple tool. And what I saw today, it is a great achievement to have this kind of application with farmers. And I wonder what is the main role here for the government in this application? Because now we are looking for upscaling, and this is the time, because already what we need are there. We found that we multi-benefits for farmers, but from our side, we need to highlight what is the benefit for the country, for the government, because I see there are many benefits we could highlight, and it is very simple to convince even decision makers, because we have a good result. Now we see a quantitative result. It is very clear what is different before and after, and it is very clear. I wonder also for Tanzania. I saw the awareness program. The number is too less, 100, because the application it was for 250, but this number is too low because we have a good result to disseminate, to increase the awareness at different levels. And myself, I invite Dr. Richard and his team to represent this kind of result in our next African Young Professional Forum under the platform of Cairo Water Week, because it is a good time to show this result for all. And I am sure that we can build a good future based on this available result. Thank you.
Thank you. Uganda? Oh, yes. So you be the last one. But first, Uganda here. There's another one?
Yeah, Vivian. I think she was the first. Sorry.
Vivian.
Vivian, yeah.
Okay. No, you. It was tiring. All right. We'll come together. Maybe you can start with.
Thank you very much. Yes, to introduce myself, I'm Vivian Kazi. I'm a senior researcher working with the Economic and Social Research Foundation, ESRF, which is based in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. I'm also heading the Strategic Research and Publications Department at the Institute. And for this work, I'm FANAPAN Node Coordinator from Tanzania side. We were highly involved with this project, especially on the policy engagement. We worked closely with Dr. Makarios and the University.
Oh, yeah.
And I just wanted to contribute to what he has presented, Dr. Makarios, especially on the use of the tool, especially on the use of the simple soil moisture monitoring tool in the specific regions in Tanzania. We managed to do the presentation of this work, and I remember it was in 2019, and the guest of honor was the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Agriculture. He was very much interested on the findings of this project. And he was actually he was asking us how he can get a number of those tools so that we can spill it over to other regions. We have 26 regions, and it was piloted in some few regions. The issue that we realized is that the tool itself is very expensive because you need to import from South Africa. The tool itself was US dollars 712. But in order to import to get it to Tanzania, you pay double the price, US dollar 1,570, something like that. And so, for rands, yes. So it was because of that different taxes. So we thought that maybe there is a need to do some more policy engagement instead of doing those policy dialogues alone. And we thought that because it touches across the fiscal policies of the country, and maybe it applies also in some other regions, countries like Mozambique, it's important to do engagement maybe at the parliamentary level, where you have various members of parliament who can advocate for policy change, especially when it comes to different tools that can assist small farmers if you import to reduce kind of importation taxes, so that many smallholder farmers can get access. So the issue is not accessibility, the issue is affordability of those tools. Thank you.
My name is Mary Jane Taela Chimuka. I am from Agricultural Research Council. I thank you for such a nice talk and tools And I was listening to the speaker speaking about fertilizer, and I'm just wondering, since it's a climate smart agriculture, have we ever looked at replacing the fertilizer with organic fertilizer? For example, we are doing some studies at ARC where we are using digestate, which is a biofertilizer. And, where it can replace, I think all of us have seen how fertilizer has really increased and is increasing. And I think it will be a good idea for the policy, because one of the problems that we are having is that digestate need to be proved that it's safe, and also that it can be used, and there are policies that need to be in place. So this is I think it's a nice platform, and I would like us to start to think about it when we go home to replace this natural fertilizer, which is expensive and is chemical and it's very dangerous by digestate. So I'm blowing my vuvuzela. If anybody knows what is a vuvuzela, 2010, remember? I'm blowing that, and I say, let's think of digestate and biofertilizer and replacing chemical fertilizer. Thank you very much.
The last question is coming from here, and then we allow our panelists to make their final notes, plus responding to the questions of our talks.
Thank you so much, the presenters. My name is Susie Munialo, and I'm a postdoc research fellow with Arua Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems. And I've been listening to the presentation. They're very exciting. And my question is maybe a concern to Dr. Sylvester. I was just sitting here and wondering, as the African continent, have we done enough to realize the potential we have in terms of food production before we think about the GMOs? I'm talking from the perspective of when you look at the African continent, within the different regions, we have indigenous Africa's crops, but we haven't utilized these crops to their full potential. We haven't even realized the production of these crops or the commercialization of these crops. But these crops are of high value in terms of the macro and micronutrient content. And I was also happy to hear that the African Union has also put some money in projects that look at climate resilient food systems. And is there an opportunity that we can bring these crops into their full potential in terms of production and commercialization, so that we can even transform the African food systems? And just before thinking about the GMOs, I stand to be corrected though. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our panelists, you have heard the questions, so you'll be also making your last remarks. I'll start with Dr. Nangayo. 1 minute.
1 minute. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that challenges at farm level in many smallholder farms, the majority in Africa, are well known. And they beg for not witchcraft or anything, they beg for scientific, proven solutions through tools and technologies. And technologies need to be regulated, and we were not saying GM technology does not need regulation. They need to be regulated in a scientifically sound and socially responsible manner. I will finish off by saying that at one time, some governments thought they would regulate biotechnology or GM technology by imposing moratorium. Brazil did this about 20 years ago, and the farmers in Brazil, talking to their farmers in Argentina, they realized there was very high-yielding GM soybean in Argentina. So the farmers did not bother about the government. They crossed the border, picked the seed, and started growing. Then Brazil later realized that although they have a moratorium, about 30% of their soybean is GM after all. So they quickly moved in now to regulate responsibly, and Brazil is the second GM producing country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So on the benefit of the tools to the government, so what we have demonstrated here is the benefit which is direct to the farmers. But these have benefited too, to government, but also other investors, particularly when you consider, smallholder schemes in our region. It is one of a very strategic area for food security, but also poverty reduction. But they use the same water which a number of sectors compete. And for example, for the case of Tanzania, you have a number of irrigation which is upstream, the ecosystem, but also the hydropower. So that means the demonstration of the value of this is very important to entice or encourage other sectors also to support and invest. And for the case of the number, a small number, so these are the direct, that we had the direct contact. But as you have heard, we had a number of policy dialogue, so we do not include all the stakeholders and people who actually heard about these tools, and this should be higher than 250. I think the other issue, Vivian has said about the affordability, which is true. And for this, I think we have tried to engage. I think the challenge we had in Tanzania, one was, every time the leaders of either the minister or the permanent secretary changes. So the same for the National Irrigation Commission, which we used to work closely until recently when they have appointed. So the National Irrigation Commission now has a director, but also the board. But we were able last year to have these tools exempted from value-added tax. So that means that encourages, of course, the government cannot do business on the tools. It's supposed to provide policy and incentive and attractions for people who are bringing the tools and distributing to do it, without much difficulties. Yes. Yeah. So we think, still we need to continue to engage, and it's not you would not say it's a straight way of doing things, but it's a process that requires further engagement.
Thank you very much, Madam. I can volunteer to be ambassador for this technology for AU. I accept that because I've been going to different parts of the world to talk about this technology. It's time for Africa to wake up. I will continue to say it when I have any opportunity, because what is happening is intentions to prevent us from taking this technology. If we have time, I can explain why this intention is. For example, just to get back to the lady on indigenous crop, cowpea is the first crop in Africa, indigenous to Africa, that has been genetically modified in the world, led by AATF. Farmers used to spray 8 times minimum to control a pest. But with the genetically modified, they spray 2 times. What happened to their cost of production? Gone down, isn't it? Then what happens to the chemical industry providing that chemical they are using? Are they going to be happy? No. Answer me. Are they going to be happy? They will not be happy. And if they are not happy, what will they do? They will use us, we Africans, to fight against ourselves. And that is what is killing us. So, to you, let's go back to indigenous crop. You only go to look for solution When there is a problem you can't solve through conventional method. Your indigenous crop, what are their yield? We've been growing maize, recycling seed that my forefathers grew. Our yield have remained 1 ton per hectare. What is the yield of farmers in South Africa? It's almost 6 tons or more. Should we continue to stay where we are, or we should embrace technology? This is what we are talking about. Thank you.
I'm gonna sit, if that's okay. Firstly, I just want to say I'm really honored to be with all the rest of the panelists. It's lovely to see the passion in their subject matters, and it really inspires to see that people are really impactful out there and passionate about the solutions they want to bring there. And it encourages me to work harder on what we do, and that is software that helps that. And I just want to reiterate what I said in my presentation, is that we can measure a lot of inputs and get value out of those inputs, but we need to look at this in a structured, common language type of model long term, so that we can just not measure inputs, but measure outputs and be able to benchmark our various industries with each other. And that, I think, when we look at policy and frameworks, we have to start looking at those structures so that it can scale to levels that can have a bigger and bigger impact. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to stand. Well, few words. The tools, I'm going to focus on the tools, okay? The tools are very important for the government, especially for our government. Our government has been investing in building irrigation scheme for a long time, around $1 to $5 million just for one irrigation scheme. So having these tools, it's a way to guarantee that those systems become sustainable. And the farmers also find a way, for example, to save water, save time, and do other things besides just irrigations. Thank you.
Well, in my minute, I think I will respond to this issue of cost. There is this gigantic disconnect where the papers are written and show values of hundreds and thousands of dollars, whatever, generated at different levels through monitoring or better decisions, better whatever thing, all the other benefits you've heard about today. But nothing else happens. It stops there. I have some thoughts why. Come to booth 8, I might tell you. But just to put a cat amongst the pigeons, we are selling sensors now in Malawi. They are $3 each in Malawi because we've had the best partnerships there. It's nowhere near that in any other place.
Thank you so much. Join me in thanking my panel. I think you can continue the conversation over break, but this was extremely very helpful. I've learned quite a lot, but also I hope we can continue sharing on biotechnology, but also on other technologies that we're doing on water management. Okay, so I'm being told that our break will only be 15 minutes, I guess because we were able to extend our time here. So any choice that we have has consequences, and that is the consequence. But I think it's a good consequence. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Is this thing working? Oh, perfect. I'm looking for two of my panelists. Inga, I saw her. Oh, you can come down, Inga. Hi, Pindi. And William. William is outside. Yeah. Oh, there he is by the door. You can sit anywhere. Feel free. Yeah.
Can you please stay here when you speak for people online? And yeah, and the markets.
Okay, thanks. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tafadzwa, and I'll be convening and facilitating the final session of the day before we all go and enjoy the cocktail. So we'll try to keep it short and sweet. So we'll try to have the presentations a bit shorter. So to my panel, I think we are going to have one main presentation from our keynote speaker. And after that, we'll have some responses from our panelists in the round table. And the responses will be, I'll present some questions, but I'll expect you to respond to the topic based on your perspective and your specialization. So the focus of this afternoon session is on the water, energy, food nexus. So I think there have been presentations during the day that touched on aspects of the water, energy, food nexus. So from the minister's presentation in the morning, she kept flagging the issue that agriculture is using a lot of water, but they need more. But water is saying you already have a lot, there's no more. But they need to increase the area under irrigation, but they need more water, but someone is saying no more. Mary Jean came in afterwards and highlighted two key things, that agriculture is water intensive and it is energy intensive. So there are significant trade-offs between water and energy for food. And where we are in Southern Africa and in Africa, and as you know, the preamble to this document rightfully says, we are facing an uncertain future in terms of climate change, where we definitely know that in most of the places, we are not going to have as much water as we currently do. We expect declining or decreasing amounts of precipitation. At the same time, we expect increasing levels of evapotranspiration and also increasing levels of runoff. So where we do get rainfall, it will be in heavy downpours. We will lose most of it to run off, because in a lot of areas we do not have sufficient storage to then capture and store that water and use it during the dry periods. Where we've got water, we often lack the infrastructure and resources to pump and distribute the water so that it can be of use. And where we've got the infrastructure and resources, there is a physical scarcity of water. But be that as it may, we've got a growing population that is rapidly urbanizing, and we expect that by 2050, a majority of our people will be residing in urban areas. And we need to think about how do we feed those people with a dwindling resource base? How do we innovate along the lines of water, energy, and food? How do we bring circularity into this space so that we can reuse and repurpose these resources? So we've got an interesting lineup of speakers and panelists this afternoon with us, who in their own experiences are dealing with these issues from very different perspectives and bring very different and diverse skill sets. So we hope that we'll be able to catalyze some debate and discussion that will hopefully carry forward beyond today, and hopefully that we can identify some key priorities in terms of intervention and areas for policy development. So without taking any further time, I'm going to invite our keynote speaker, Andre. Andre is with ICRISAT in Ethiopia. Formerly, I think a lot of people in the region would remember him from, he spent 18 years in Zimbabwe at ICRISAT in Matopos, and he's very well loved, very well known, and has done a lot of research, especially in smallholder farming systems. So if there's someone who is familiar with the complexity of these systems, Andre would be that person. Thank you very much, Andre. I'll give you 15 minutes for your keynote.
Tatenda Kakulu. So, as I've been introduced, I work with ICRISAT. ICRISAT is that wonderful organization that think they know everything, that strive to know most things. Just a little blurb about us. We won the Africa Food Prize in 2021, and this year, just to counter some of the earlier sentiments, 2023 is International Year of the Millets. So please, when you have an opportunity, support us in that space. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk about circular food systems, complexities, how do we transform agricultural systems based on what you've learned a lot about this morning from our colleagues Makarios, Jamie, and others. So this is building on 10 years of research, and Makarios has already displayed this image, but it essentially illustrates the complexities of agriculture. And too often, us in the research and development world, we want to push the technologies, the tools, the fertilizer rates, the seed rates, how deep do you plant, when you plant. But the picture on the far right is what people are really all about, is what are their aspirations, what are their needs and wants, and where do they want to go, and how we as scientists can contribute to achieving those aspirations. And yes, the technologies are part of it. Yes, changing behavior on farming systems is part of that. But essentially, it must be driven by something. And that something is often markets. Markets is one of the great incentives for changes in behavior, but risk and labor are two other very important components that drive adoption of technologies. Next slide, please. So why circular food systems? We know that we are pushing the envelope, we are pushing the planetary boundaries. We've just heard people saying things about agriculture is one of the most thirsty activities on the face of the earth, as if we are not eating the products of that agriculture. So we need to think a little bit about how we produce food, how do we use our natural resources, how do we stimulate economic growth, and there's a lot being said about social inclusivity and equity, and a lot has been talked about gender in the past. So can we transition to sustainable, climate-smart, circular food systems? That's the big question I'm asking. Next slide, please. So why do we want to experiment with circular food systems, specifically around irrigation systems? And the thought occurred to me after working with irrigation systems for many years, because there's already a lot of human capacity. There's already, the farmers are often very well organized already. They have very strong networks. They have information systems. They are often engaging in collective activities. So there's already a lot going on. And yes, they are already integrated with the rest of the dryland agriculture. Most irrigation farmers in Africa also have access to dryland. But and there's the big but, is that most of the raw products that farmers produce goes to Harare or Addis Ababa or Dar es Salaam, and there's very little economic stimulation around the irrigation schemes. And that's what's bothered me for a long time, ever since I really started getting involved with irrigation. So it results, Martin Moyo and I once calculated that the average bread mile in Zimbabwe is 800 kilometers. Because the wheat is produced in Silala, China, it gets transported to somewhere in Harare, it gets milled in Bulawayo, it gets baked in Bulawayo, and then the bread is transported back to Gwanda. It shouldn't be that way. So, next slide, please. So how can we use circular systems to transition? I want to take you back. I'm not an economist, I'm not an historian, but a lot of what we do in the modern world is based on the economies of scale. Economies of scale was born in the Industrial Revolution, where you had to develop things big enough to be driven by steam, and you had to bake 500 breads or mill 200 tons of stuff before you could get economically viable. I invite you to spend an hour or two on Alibaba.com and to realize that it's changed completely. You can now buy mills that can mill 100 kilograms of wheat in a day and bake 5 breads in a day, or whatever you want to do. You need the mechanization, you can buy it on Alibaba.com. And so what I'm trying to put forward to you today is that I think we need in Africa a transition from the economies of scale to the economies of scope. Because infrastructure and the mechanization, the tools and the aspirations of people allow us to do that. One of the reasons that I'm thinking a lot about this is because if you talk to the youth, and there's a lot of talk about the youth in agriculture, they have to go to Harare, rent a flat, take the bus home every now and again. So their overheads to get a job in the urban areas are very high. But perhaps, just perhaps, if we give them access to small and medium enterprises around the irrigation schemes, they would be happy with $300 or $400. So that's the kind of thinking behind it. So it's not just technologies, it's also about the aspirations of farmers. And this is the kind of thinking that I'm engaging in, is to say, yes, we can have wheat, we can mill wheat or maize. There's a whole bunch of byproducts from those commodities. We can get people to eventually bake the bread or package the maize. But there's a lot of byproducts that often in the old system would go to Harare. And instead of being an input to a new system at the local area, it becomes either a pollutant or a waste product. But if we keep the processing close to the irrigation scheme, they could be the inputs for another enterprise like chickens or dairy or something else. And if nothing else, we can throw it back into the soil. So integrating these products and production systems and using the waste and byproducts for the one from the other one, we can begin to engineer more complex, integrated, small and medium enterprises driven by the youth. And that's the basic hypothesis. Next one, please. So how do we start? And this is just, I'm quite embarrassed showing this stuff because this is how my brain works. We can start at farm level, integrate cereals, legumes, and livestock, which is what I've been doing in Zimbabwe for a long time, creating tighter loops of nutrients and water. Next one. Selling those products into the local village market, integrating households, buying and selling from one another. Next slide, please. Continuing that nested cycle of integrated systems to local markets, say in Filabuzi and eventually in Gwanda. Next one. And so forth until we get to the city market. So the idea is to try and develop around irrigation systems this nested, integrated, cyclic systems. Yes, they will never be complete. We will always have to import stuff and we will often have to export stuff. But at least we can make a start in circulating nutrients, energy, water, knowledge, etc. through these systems. Next slide, please. So how do we do this? A lot of the thinking of this comes from our work on the innovation platforms within the TISA project, where you start with a scattered bunch of people, each doing their own thing, and they may have a little connection here and there. The second diagram, we set up an innovation platform at a central place. We bring people together, we stimulate the development of networks until we have a very, very strong network. And I was sitting here just now looking at this. This is kind of what CAREP is doing, or the Africa Union is doing. We're connecting the dots, and we're making people understand a common idea, a common principle. And then, next slide, please. Then what we try to do is to work at this higher level, where we share information, ideas, develop common understanding, common aspirations, and we try to filter that through to what people are doing on the ground. So if you look at the diagram on the right, instead of having a linear system for producing food from an irrigation system ending up in the urban areas, let's work with these people at the higher level to begin to cooperate, develop the networks, engage in the activities on the ground that would stimulate circular systems. Next slide, please. So circularity of what? We had a discussion now around water. So yes, water is one of the critical things, and I love water because it's such a multifunctional thing. We drink it, we play with it, we irrigate with it, we do so many things. And if we can use water as one of those critical variables that we want to cycle or create tighter cycles through the system, it would be really great. Nutrients, of course, is the other one. Nitrogen is expensive. With what's happening in the Ukraine, in Ethiopia, the price of fertilizer has increased fivefold in the last 8 months. So the price of fertilizer is going to increase. The transportation of it is going to increase. So we need systems in which we can create tighter cycles of nutrients. Biomass carbon, of course, is critically important. Energy, the same. But also finances. Imagine a group of young ladies baking bread from wheat that they bought from another smaller micro enterprise, selling it to local people. All the byproducts go into a chicken system, and people begin to buy, and you create these local economies around irrigation schemes, which we do not see. And that's kind of where we want to go back. So the circularity of dollars, Zim dollars in particular, is critical. But also the flow of intangible resources, information, the incentives of people to work together, to design their own circular economies, and building small and medium enterprises based on circularity. Next slide. I think we're almost done. Yes, we're done. So that's the idea, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear friend made the promise this morning of 3.6 million Australian dollars. We are starting, when you all go back on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll be working very hard on refining the proposal to do it, to make it work, to experiment, and we would love to work with as many of you as possible. And therefore, much of this presentation is to solicit feedback from you and say, Van Rooyen, you're crazy, or this is good, or let's do it let's get a discussion going. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Andre. I think that was a very short, sweet, and thought-provocative presentation. I think it touched on several issues that also reflect on the panel that we have. So I think they'll be able to give responses building from that. So I'll kickstart in no particular order, but following from the minister this morning. Actually, we're not doing very well today. Yeah, I think. Oh, you were not here in the morning, Inga. The minister sort of castigated us, the boys' club, for...
Inga counts for 5.
Yeah, Inga can dominate the room, so you are all outnumbered in that case. But yeah, I think it's what the minister said is valid, and it's also something that as we have these discussions this week, we also need to think about, diversity and inclusion within the broader community of practice itself. How do we bring in more people? How do we bring in young people? And how do we bring in especially young girls into this space so that they are also mentored and supported to be sitting next to Inga there. We need more Ingas, to dominate this space. So Inga, I'll kickstart with you on that note of saying you're a powerful woman. I think you've got a... Yes. Yeah.
Do you want us to stand here or should I?
Yeah, you can come and stand here. Okay. I've been told that speakers need to stand here so that our guests online can see you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tafadzwa. Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here, and I clearly missed a very exciting morning session by the minister. I didn't prepare a presentation or anything like that, but Andre really inspired through to form. So of course there's lots of ideas to share. But I maybe just a little bit about me. I work for the International Water Management Institute. I head up the Southern Africa offices. And for those who don't know, IMI is part of CGIAR. And for those who don't know what's been happening in CGIAR, there's the cocktail tonight, so I'll tell you all about it if you're interested. But really, there's been quite a big push for CGIAR entities to start, really embracing this kind of systems transformation of the agri-food system. And something that IMI has been doing also with ICRISAT, my colleague Martin Moyo, Zonful, one of our agribusiness champions in Zimbabwe, so many others, has been to focus on the agribusiness ecosystem. So it's really sort of like redefining the relevance of our science. We are pushing, some might say uncomfortably so, others are embracing it, but it's sort of pushing science where we can provide that kind of evidence base to acceleration, agribusiness acceleration. So we believe that SMEs, agri-SMEs, as Andre also spoke about, is really the glue that links the farm to the market. And so how do we do that? I've got a little video that maybe shares an example of one of these projects, which might make it a little bit clearer. So if we can just show that video very quickly, and then I can just say one or two things after that.
Maize is the most important staple food. It's especially key in Eastern and Southern Africa, where it makes up 30% of daily food intake. While important to many Africans' diets, maize has low nutritional content, is vulnerable to climate change and pests and diseases like fall armyworm. In response to this, the CGIAR has kicked off a regional initiative called Ukama Ustawi, which strives to support a climate-resilient, water-secure, and socially inclusive transformation of the region's agricultural sector.
Ukama is a Shona word that refers to humanity's relatedness to each other, so partnerships, how we engage with each other and our biophysical world. Ustawi is a Kiswahili word referring to well-being, prosperity, development. Together, they resemble the essence of what we're trying to do with this initiative.
We're talking about scaling mechanisms, and this would create a sort of enabling environment for the farmers to actually have access to these great innovations, and so that we can actually use it in the field.
Developed by the region, for the region, Ukama Ustawi demonstrates how, through partnerships, research for development can lead to systemic change and impact on the ground.
Our role as WellFish is in several areas, including the bottlenecks that women
youth and marginalized communities are facing in accessing finance, technologies, in accessing the knowledge that they need in order to be productive farmers.
We visit farmers across the country, we find out what their problems are, and then we bring in the experts from research, development, commercial sector partners to come and solve those problems. In Zambia, we're really excited because we'll be working with SMEs that have gone through an accelerator program. They've been selected and they've got some really good innovations happening on the ground. We'll be working with those SMEs to actually put them on the program. And then when this broadcasts out to millions of farmers, they can get in touch with us to find out more information on a really simple way.
Ukama Ustawi will strengthen agribusiness sustainability by helping unlock private investment and supporting policies that can help improve market access for these farmers.
The project is focused on the maize mix systems of East and Southern Africa, diversifying those systems, intensifying them at the same time, and developing innovation packages that we can deliver to farmers on their farm to help them accomplish to do that.
And what we want to do to support the transformation of food systems for more affordable, sufficient, but also healthy diets, and then produced within planetary boundaries. Maize is a very dominant crop, 35 million hectares in this region. Quite healthy, but not enough. So we need also other crops like legumes, like vegetables, to make it possible also to have an affordable, but also healthy diet.
If you want to go fast, you go alone.
If you want to go far, go together.
Just one of these projects that we are involved in that sort of tries to capture what I'm talking about. In fact, this is one, but there are several, and there seems to be quite an encouraging trend in this field of how we provide evidence, science-based evidence to inform accelerator programs. And while there's no sort of, silver bullet for scaling, I just wanted to maybe also emphasize three things that, Andre, you also touched on in your presentation. And the first one, I think, sort of echoing your notion of non-linear systems, is this, what we're finding is this importance of bundling innovations. So we can no longer only talk about, the irrigation system, but also everything around it. And some of the innovators that we are supporting under these programs, in fact, Richard here from the Virtual Irrigation Academy is one of those that's also part of our Water and Energy for Food hub, which has a very similar model. Really, it's around supporting these innovators to bundle innovations. So irrigation coupled with digital platforms, coupled with solar, as well as sort of microfinancing, for example. That's sort of one bundle. So we're bundling both innovations and also bundling partnerships. And we're finding that SMEs are really able to achieve scale much more than what they can do on their own. So that's just the one thing about bundling. The second thing, and it came out in the video, but that's the importance of communication channels. So it's, it's no longer just enough to be able to stop at the scaling intervention, but what we are now finding is also the need to partner with communication partners who disseminate innovation, disseminate information about how to scale. One of the partners is Shamba Shape Up. Some of you may know them. They operate in Kenya, but we've actually expanded that with ICRISAT, with Martin. Really exciting a Zambian version of that called Munda Makeover in Zambia, where we're scaling these kind of innovations using local experts as well as, CGIAR experts on the show to profile these innovations. And then the last thing is just to say, and perhaps this is something we need to get a lot better at. I see Anton is in the room. He's also done a lot of work on this kind of finance side of things. So that still remains the gap, of course, inclusive finance, particularly for women and youth-owned businesses, and helping to get these SMEs and partnerships investment ready. So let me just leave it at that. It was a mouthful, Tafadzwa. Sorry. Andre inspired us. So that's it.
No, thank you very much, Inga. I think that was a very useful presentation, shifting our focus a bit. Today we've mostly talked about technologies, how to improve them, how to deploy them, But I think the conversation around the agribusinesses and supporting acceleration, and even the work that you are doing with the Munda shows, I think that's the sort of innovation that we need. You've talked about pushing the boundaries, and I'm a technical person, so I'm one of those people who would have obviously said, no, let's keep it inside. But I think it's important, because part of what we are addressing today is complexity. And complexity needs disruptive thinking and innovation for us to be able to actually start addressing it. So that sort of innovation, those sort of disruptive activities that you are bringing in are really useful to the transformation that we need. I'll move on to our next panelist. Now, talking about businesses and entrepreneurship, our next panelist is actually an entrepreneur. He is the CEO and founder of Zonfu Energy, which is a growing company in Zimbabwe. He's part of the Water Energy for Food Hub, and is also one of our implementing partners under Okama Ustawi in Zimbabwe, assisting us with delivering solar irrigation in the rural areas. So, William, please do come and share your perspective as an entrepreneur. He always impresses me whenever we sit. He says some of the best ideas. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's always very difficult to talk after everyone has filled up some things inside their stomach. But anyway, it's my pleasure to be here. And as they always say, teaching is actually learning twice. So basically, as I'm talking to you, I will also be learning when we are interacting. I will get a lot of ideas from you. Basically, I would not really recite a lot of things which have been spoken already about. But Zonfu is a social enterprise. It's a company which is focusing on the issues to provide irrigation schemes to small-scale farmers. But what we have actually decided to do was to see, after we got into the Ukama project, there are lots and lots of other offshoot ideas which are coming from that program. One of the most important things was actually to say, what are the pain points of these small-scale farmers? One of the issues was the issue of affordability of those solar products, specifically irrigation in the boreholes. So what we have come up with is a program through a business model called Pay As You Go, where the farmers pay a small deposit in clusters and progressively pay both for access as well as asset ownership. After a certain period, they would own the product. But how did we make it affordable to the farmers? We arranged these farmers in a sort of a crowdfunding kind of an arrangement where they are clustered into 10 farmers. So they collectively pay for one system as a group, and they only get to own the systems as individuals after the 10th person has received his or her system. So that's how they're actually doing. So it's an indirect way of the farmers crowdfunding on behalf of each other. But we have also discovered that it's also important for these farmers to have a market linkage. So we have also developed a platform. Actually, it's an app which links the farmer with different markets arrangements like these retail supermarkets and so forth. So what happens is, when the crop is actually planted, the farmer gets to the end user gets to know about the crop, and when the crop has reached maturity, the grading is actually done at the farm site rather than grading at a selling point. Why we did this was basically to avoid a situation where a supermarket would want to grade tomatoes, and then the farmer would only have grade B, but he had already harvested the crop. So what it does is like we provide a 10-key kind of an arrangement where we as a company, we provide solar irrigation as well as extension services, including agronomists who advise the farmers in terms of the kind of expectations the market has on the product. So you'd find out that those products which do not meet the market requirements would not be harvested from the farm. They would remain there for the farmer's consumption. What would only be taken from the farm is what the market is requested through the selling up, which links the market and the farmer. So basically, that's what we have actually found out, to say all the solutions which have been in the market was a matter of people providing a sort of a vitamin rather than a pen stop to the customer. So we have actually come in to provide the solution to the pain points these small-scale farmers have been having. Even at a policy level, you'd find out that most of the solutions which experts and everyone else has been talking about, they are there and the policy is crafted, but there was the missing link about the issue to do with the affordability. So through this Ukama project, it has actually led us to a lot of other offshoot programs. Like right now, we are piloting a product for a village, a garden for a village in Zimbabwe. We have worked out that there are about 35,000 villages in Zimbabwe, and we are targeting to have a garden at each and every village, just for nutrition purposes. But when you look at the commercial value in terms of market, 35 times an average price of about 5,000, 5,500 US per system, it translates to about 192, if I'm not wrong, 192 million, which means it's a market which you can actually create through the small-scale farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. As you were talking about that app and your innovative business models for making pumps and irrigation affordable, I wished you were around 15 years ago when I failed spectacularly in farming. So after I finished my undergraduate degree, I went to farm on a 10-hectare plot, producing vegetables and supplying to the market. I thought I had arrived. So the things you mentioned, I experienced them. We would wake up and start harvesting at 4 in the morning to get to the market at 6. And then you'd get there, you get to the back of the shop. There's a guy who, you're throwing your cabbages or tomatoes, and he's saying, there. So then you've got the rejects, but now they are rejected on site. And you have to figure out what to do with them. You can't obviously take them back to the farm. So now you have to go at a bakkie. So then you'd have to go by a street side and start selling by the street side, what has been rejected at the market. A little while later, I got a little bit cleverer, got together some street kids that I cleaned up, and then we started cutting those veggies and packaging them as mixed vegetables and then bringing them back now as mixed vegetables. But it was a challenge, the issue of grading, because you'd only find out when you're at the market. So I really appreciate that innovation. And then I failed spectacularly when I thought it was my breakthrough moment. Came to South Africa, bought a lot of patty pine seed and very expensive seeds. Came back, put them in my tunnels, planted like 5 hectares. And then my 2 pumps failed. I had a mono pump and a submersible pump. They both failed. I came to do my master's, and here we are now. So, but I could have been a farmer. So our next panelist is coming from industry. And Phil, if you don't mind also sharing your perspectives, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you ever so much. I have nostalgic senses of my own tooth cutting and USAID programs in the region many years ago when I used to work for Land O'Lakes Development Division. So it's really stimulating to hear everybody's contributions and to see how things have moved on in substance and not just in form. And of course, in embracing the sustainability pathway that we need to find. So the point I need to impress upon you, so just out of interest, you might recognize that picture if you were paying attention when Christo was presenting. Those are two of our clients. I work with Christo because we're a majority shareholder in the company that he runs. That is Mr. Nicolas Leroux and Mr. J.J. Love. Now, what do? They produce grapes for a high-end market. And what does that market do? They basically sell wine. But it's not sufficient for these two gentlemen to get the proverbial wad of soil in their hands, like the chairperson spoke about, or where Jamie was talking about access to markets. It's not sufficient for them to preach that story on their own. There's a process called market assurance, and this assurance stems from a number of things that I'm going to talk about just now very briefly. But I think, if we can go to the next slide. Now, that's our Earth, and we're all trying really hard to sustain the Earth. And we are being peppered with a number of different acronyms that many of us might not necessarily have come across. And many of these acronyms stem from one place, really. And I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but the people that develop the balance sheet or the income statement or the format of those things, the people that decided the balance sheet's name must change, is basically IFRS, and IFRS now have an International Sustainability Standards Board, right? So my producers, with their hands in the soil just now, effectively need to demonstrate through third parties that they are sustainable. And I think many of the industries that you're working in, I hope that this is a warning, and I hope that we're a canary in the coal mine, and I hope that we're able to save you money and resources down the road, because what Christo was talking about when he spoke about data and collecting, I would wager that collecting sufficient data now that's compatible with the kinds of standards that might come is really crucial. And I'm going to explain just now how expensive it can be to prove that one is sustainable. So these are some of the audit requirements, and you'll notice Kantu is not helping them bounce, because they effectively bounce on the desk of the retailer. Overseas, they're not bad standards, but they are costly because they're third-party standards. You can't mark your own work. You can't say that you are necessarily a sustainable producer. You have to provide this kind of assurance. Now, the kicker is, if we can get to the next slide, the fruit industry. Our colleagues in the Western Cape did some analysis of what some of the standards are costing their producers. It was an exploratory study, so I need to just emphasize that. It wasn't necessarily empirically sound, so let's just create some margin of error. Let's make it ridiculous, like 30% or 20%. Still, it's a concern. Now, folks who are into continuous improvement might say to us that if you're improving the infrastructure that you have in your business, that you're improving your business, correct? But I think the perception of many producers is that the kind of infrastructure that they are required to implement or change is an imposition by the market. It's not necessarily sincere, sustainability necessarily. So that might be a perception. But I think with the kind of funding that is going towards, and I want to just make one caveat, I don't agree with the study entirely. I don't think it's an annual cost, but in one given cost, when the focus groups in the exploratory design of the research, when they were interviewed, this is what it costs. What is that? Just a slight little caption of data. Some small-scale producers, really small-scale producers, 17% of turnover, not profit, 17% of turnover, was going towards assurance, right? So, but in those cases, it was a full suite of assurance. So, if we can just go to the next slide, please. So now, these are some early, and you're going to see acronyms there that might not be familiar to you. But what our instincts say is then let's work together, right? So let's have one standard, or let's use existing standards, or let's have recognition of one standard by another. And so we've seen a fair degree of that, which is very, very welcoming, because if you're spending a certain amount of time complying to one audit standard to prove that basically you are socially sustainable and that you don't use the wrong chemicals that are on the EU banned list, or that you don't bomb your product with methyl bromide before you pack it or whatever it might be. Some of those questions might be standard, but I think it was presented this morning as well. The assurance industry is an industry. So people are paid to do audits, and people are also paid to go to the market and say, I think my audit is better than the next person's audit. So it in and of itself is an industry. One of the solutions that we have found, and I think just to highlight one of them for time, is Woolworths South Africa getting recognized by Marks and Spencers in the UK. So what that tells us is that the local South African standard that Woolies puts into place for our small-scale producer, for Mr. Love and Mr. LaRue that I've just shown you just now, for those gentlemen, if they were to supply the wine, which is vinified from the grapes, into Woolworths, they can supply Marks and Spencers as well, which means that they won't have to do another audit necessarily. But these collaborations don't happen on their own, do they? So associations like us lobby like crazy to try and make sure that this proliferation of audits or proving that you're sustainable, that there's some sensibility to it, that we in fact try and merge some of them, that we recognize each other, but we do it in an environment of trust. So next slide, please, Kanto. I think the big question then is where we're heading, because remember what I said just now, is I'm hoping that some of this might be pre-warning. We might be, a canary. Last night I watched the results of the Oscars, okay? Now what's interesting is the film Everything Everywhere All at Once won 7 out of 11 nominations, right? And I thought this was a fitting omen, because if you take the 17 sustainability development goals, my goodness, they were derived from the political machinations of many of these organizations and countries that are represented there. And then it almost looks as though it's not a very focused affair, is it? But I would imagine that where data around, market and data around sustainability intersect, that might be a good place to start. So in other words, if we're generating data on farm or we're generating data in the processing, like Christo was talking about, then effectively it might be good to start there, because that helps your market out, right? But then there's a place at the table needed to negotiate on what these standards might look like. And there's something which looks like that, which is called the Sustainability Wine Roundtable, which is based in the UK, which interestingly enough is going to come out soon with some data around our own sustainability standards, and that they're actually pretty terrific if you compare them with some of the other countries we compete against. So I think just fair warning around when we try to access sophisticated value chains, we're going to come across this. We've seen it in the wine industry for several years now. It's a process. It doesn't happen on its own, and it can be extremely expensive. So then just to go through the questions. So how do we forge a consensus around the function, the form of data? Well, I think we've got to have a bit of foresight here. So if we're assisting small-scale producers in, let us say, let's just use Mozambique. I was involved many years ago in the fair trade process in Mozambique, trying to get fair trade accreditation there. Are the data that we're developing from the technologies now going to be relevant to the retailers down the road when they require these data of us? And do we prevent costly duplication? I think one's got to really call for this, that in as much as we love our colleagues in the audit industry, we really need to be sensible about how we assure things and how we present to the markets that we're not that big of a risk as we seem to be. And how do we ensure the designs take all potential purposes into account? That's basically early. Then what the next generation is talking about, people a little bit younger than me, is greenwashing, right? So, I think we're going to spend a huge amount of time in the future as well, once something is assured and is being presented as something which is green or socially compliant or kind to people that produced it. It can't be passed off as greenwashing. So, interestingly, I was looking on YouTube yesterday, and I'm addicted to my cell phone. Yes, I am, because it's the biggest library in the world. But there was this this picture of people, I believe it might have been in West Africa, storming a cobalt mine, okay? So you had folks who were artisan miners running as fast as they could into the cobalt mine. Now, there are different perspectives to that picture, aren't there? So for the individual looking for the cobalt to sell, that's an interesting economic livelihood that they might access. But for the organization who makes my cell phone, which has got that cobalt in it, for that organization, they want to try and assure me as a discerning consumer that this thing was built in a kind fashion so that people weren't exploited in the process of making it. So that's a very similar example of exactly what I'm talking about. And it's often easy to throw the baby out with the bathwater and cut people off from those artisanal opportunities that they might find. But then, of course, if there is malpractice and malfunction, it can't go untested and unchecked. That's quite obvious. But that's my contribution.
No, thank you very much. I think those are very important lessons. I've been working with a group of farmers in KwaZulu-Natal for the past many years, and we wanted to get them to export their madumbes, taro, which they'd successfully managed to market in Woolworths and Pick and Pay. But the certification aspect that you mentioned and those costs made it pretty much impossible at their scale of production to be able to do it. Even if there was a project that could assist them, it was not going to be sustainable for them to be able to maintain it. So again, we also have to think in terms of how do we innovate around this area so that we make it inclusive and it does not become a barrier for smaller players who don't have big money to be able to get in and also produce and export into these markets. And I think what you were mentioning around the data, the intersection, if we can get that right, I think that will solve most of the transaction costs or reduce most of the transaction costs and level up the playing field. Now, to our last panelists, we seem to be doing well with time, so everyone will get to enjoy their cocktail. To our last panelists, my very good colleague, Gabriel Lekalakala, from the Department of Water and Sanitation. I think he's got a very colorful... yeah, no. Oh, thanks for that. Oh, Rabbi is online. Okay, so we still have one more panelist online who will come in. That will be after you, Gabriel.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and respond to Andre's presentation through a little presentation that I put together. We're going to skip some of the slides. I thought I should just put this diagram just as a reminder of how the interlinkages are there and how there are feedbacks and relations between the Nexus approach. So my focus is coming from the water sector. It will be focusing mainly on water. The reason being, well, being biased, slightly biased, is that in regions such as South Africa, where water is a limiting factor, water determines the extent of development, and it's a medium through which we will feel the impacts of climate change, and also it determines to what extent can we achieve adaptation. I'm going to skip this one. Yeah. To Andre's question, where you spoke about behavioral change, we did work I worked with Andre, by the way. Following the work that I did with Andre, we, in Limpopo, the reason I put this slide on is to show the importance, I'll show later on, the importance of thinking regionally while acting locally. So in this study, we looked at what triggers people to make decisions. So we interviewed farmers and we used process modeling, looking at psychological distance to determine what influences someone to make a decision. And Andre mentioned markets, which will fit in within the economic constraints. And our findings indicated that there were lots of factors, but the main driving factors in Limpopo, it was people's experience of extreme events. It triggered what kind of options they're likely to adopt. So the study looked at water use. So these areas that are clipped out, they are maize-producing areas in the Limpopo basin part of South Africa. So we looked at climate-smart practices, looking at it site-specific targeted. I know there was a question about fertilizers. So as part of your site-specific targeted, we found that using fertilizers, either microdose or different doses, I'm not an agricultural specialist, but we found that through modeling, that certain areas perform better with little water. And using in situ rainwater harvesting techniques that the ARC have been working on for years, we found that they work better in certain areas where you get up to 75% increase in yields using very little amount of water. I thought I should put this slide. This is an output from what at the time it was termed as the middle of the road GCM, showing heat stress in livestock. I wanted to bring the point of thinking about future water demands and water availability, which is currently my role in the department, to think about that. What are the future demands? What can we do, or what should we be doing, and what policy should be putting in place? So, as you can see from the slide, from the slides I've indicated, we're going to be having an increase in water demands, and this requires mainstreaming climate-smart water management approaches from farm level, where Andre works, through to national policies, legislations across all sectors. Yeah. So when I mentioned earlier that thinking globally, acting locally, the importance of synergies in policies and policy frameworks and regulatory frameworks come into play. We need to ensure that our different policies across the region, where there are shared water basins and rivers, there are links to them. So in South Africa, what we have done, or what, well, I used to work in Parliament, so parliamentarians and bureaucrats have done, is try to link our policies with regional policy. So your international policy, which is your SDGs, your regional policy, which is your Agenda 2063, we try to link them with national policies and also with our financial planning, as indicated on the slide. I won't go into them due to time. So in the department, we are mainstreaming SDGs. So there's a task team set up. So their role is to mainstream SDGs. They work across sectors. Last month, there was a midterm review conference where they were showcasing some of the achievements, some of the areas that need improvement. And these SDGs, the way they're conceived is that they are interlinkages. So looking at SDG 6 as a water sector, we looked at, when we're addressing them, through mainstreaming them into action and policy within the department, we looked at interlinkages with other SDGs and also how climate change factors in all of them in our planning. I thought I should showcase some of the, before I get there. So in the mainstreaming of these policies within our reaching up to farm level, the water partnerships. Andre mentioned partnerships. The department realized the importance of private-public partnership in reaching some of the goals. So those are some of the success stories. How programs and initiatives are driven through blended funding and commercialization of some of them. The last one, which speaks to your water licensing and your monitoring of water, is the National Groundwater Monitoring Program, which has been implemented through this kind of process. Before I go to the take-home messages, I wanted to share something. Tefazo, you mentioned, sorry I was unable to be here this morning, that the minister mentioned being inclusive and looking at gender representation. As part of my role as the chairperson of the Adaptation Network, we've noted that we need to be intentional in how we address transformation. So through one of the programs funded by Sanbi and Flanders, we, working with civil society organizations, working on adaptation on the ground, we have been intentional in training communities or civil society organizations and helping them on how to access funding to upscale their work. And also bringing in experts like yourselves to provide that science background to them and to their proposals, and also the understanding of how their work fits in within the bigger scheme and creating those kind of linkages. So going back to some of the take-home messages, it's clear from today that WEF Nexus is very important, looking at the stresses of climate change, growing population demands, and with agency, we need to shift towards more resource use efficiency, not only focusing on how much water can be provided, but also how can we change our consumption behaviors, what kind of strategies or technologies or innovations can we use to improve our water use efficiency. And also, this will contribute towards demand management to ensure that our resource is ensured and also is sustainable. As indicated before, there's a need for regional harmonization of policies and efforts towards sustainable use and development. I want to elaborate further on that. Water resources, as you're all aware, are some of the finite resources and most vulnerable. And for their sustainable management and integrated management, South Africa has mainstreamed this into policy and action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for that interesting talk. We'll now move to our panelists who is online, Professor Rabi Mokhtar. Is he available online?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Yes, we can hear you. Please do go ahead. So we've been talking about the WEF Nexus. Now, this is one of the gurus on the WEF Nexus. So I think he's definitely going to tell us something exciting. Do go ahead, Rabi.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for the organizers to give me this opportunity. I'm in a very tight spot, trying to. Are you hearing me well?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
I hear a lot of echo. So if you're online, please mute your microphone. Please mute your microphone. There's a lot of Thank you. I'm in a very tight spot, trying to finish a presentation and standing between you and the cocktail. So I'll try to be very quick and very brief. I'll share with you in the spirit of the Nexus session, and in light of also the keynote speaker who focused on the circularity, I'd like to share with you some lessons learned from a case study that we worked on along with FAO in Lebanon, focusing on the Mediterranean diet. Acknowledge my co-authors, Dr. Yenni, Dr. Daher, Dr. Bashur, and Dr. Ko Oshima from FAO. The objective is really of the study is to identify, quantify the interconnections of the water, energy, food system in Lebanon, focusing on nutrition and looking at developing a trade-off analysis platform. When we're talking about the nexus, when we're talking about circularity, the discussion really focused on trade-offs. Lebanon, some of you may know, is going through an unprecedented crisis with the economic, compounded with a lot of corruption and a lot of unsustainable practices. On top of that, we see a lot of challenges being in a semi-arid with a water gap and with an energy gap because of the lack of internal resources to really support agricultural production. In the choice of crops, we really looked at the Mediterranean diet, and those are the 33 crops. And those highlighted in yellow have a low self-sufficiency, even though they're foundational in terms of the Mediterranean diet. So that was really a challenge that we had, is to how do we produce locally and to what extent we can produce locally to ease the pressure on many of the Lebanese population who are importing some of these food commodities. This is a chart representing the protein content versus irrigation requirement. So if you can see my cursor, we really want to be in this zone with a high protein, low water content or low water irrigation system. So this would be the almond, the beans, the lentils, and the walnut. Those are the foundation to the Lebanese diet, and they use low irrigation, have a low irrigation requirement. I'm not going to go through extensively through the methodology, but we do have scenarios that we built. We have the engine that we've been working on with the Water and Energy Food Nexus 2.0. And of course, we have a lot of output in terms of footprint for water, land, energy cost, emission, and nutrition. And at the end, there are a lot of trade-off analysis that I will be discussing. So we have a base scenario that looks into different self-sufficiency rates, different water resources portfolio, and different energy portfolio. Last but not least, which may be very unique in countries that are facing some economic crisis, is the energy currency conversion. You go to the bank and every day, or even multiple times a day, the value of the currency exchange between the Lebanese lira and the US dollar changes. So we needed to take this into account. We explored various scenarios looking at the increased self-sufficiency, local production versus import. We looked into conventional versus treated wastewater and fossil fuel versus renewable. Of course, when you deal with renewable and when you deal with treated wastewater, there are additional costs that the production would have to incur. And we looked into the outcome, and the trade-off analysis include irrigation water cost, the energy requirement, emissions and land requirement and cost, and the nutritional value. So some of the results with a nutrition centric is, if you want to improve 100%, increase the beans and dry beans and broad beans and lentils and chickpea and beans and all of those self-sufficiency to 100%, certainly that would increase your water requirement, would increase your energy and land requirement, and of course would increase your emission, but also it has a huge impact on nutrition, and it reduces our reliance on that the imported food. Again, if we also wanted to have shifting from export to greater local production, and where you rely a little bit more on the local production and decreased production of crops that has higher the self-sufficiency, this would certainly increase our reliance, but it does improve our nutrition, but improve actually our cost. This is that scenario compromises on the role of agriculture in terms of the GDP, but again, this may not be a desirable scenario when it comes to income to farmers. So This scenario is actually an overwhelming scenario where we look at the shifting, the same scenario as shifting from export to greater local production, but with a fluctuation in the currency scenario. And you could see here the overwhelming output was 100% more increase in cost due to the conversion of the Lebanese lira. Just to give you a context, this was 2 years ago, and today this figure is way out of range, because the U.S. currency today, the one US dollar conversion is a $90,000 Lebanese lira conversion. So even this today, this scenario would even be more extreme. Other scenarios, when we look at adding renewable energy, treated wastewater, and with the currency fluctuations, we're able actually to increase all of our metric would be increased, except that the cost would be high because of the energy, because of the currency conversion. However, we would reduce significantly our emission because reliance on renewable energy. Again, with the currency fluctuations, this would also be significant, and I'm going to skip that into looking into some of the outcome and policy implication. Yes, we can in Lebanon increase our production and increase our domestic production and looking into higher nutritional value. However, there is a cost associated with it in terms of our water, energy, land, and carbon footprint that need to be accounted for. And if you look at the currency conversion, that even exacerbates the problem with the financial situation. So with the reallocation of existing resources, expanding the existing resources with renewable energy and with water and wastewater reuse, we can create an environment that will improve our domestic production. This, however, need a cross-sectoral dialogue, this is why the Nexus is important. We need to engage multi-stakeholders, and we need to engage with the policymaker in terms of adapting and looking at some new policies to incentivize this. We are at the moment trying to adapt and replicate this in other countries in the region. Sorry, I had to go quickly because I did not want to stand between you and the cocktail. I hope this was useful. We'll be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for that.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I think they've muted me. Let me. Okay, they muted me. Yeah, so thank you very much for that presentation. We've come to the end of the presentations and our panelists' responses. I know people are eager to go, but I'm going to allow for 3 big questions. Our panelists are here for the cocktail, I believe. Is anyone leaving before the cocktail? Yeah, they all look like they're into the party. So our speakers are going to be here for the cocktail, so you can still engage with them during the cocktail. But just for this session, we'll take 3 burning questions. There's one hand there. There's another one at the back, and there's a third one here.
Yeah, and I want to link it to the 2023 year of millet and the Russia-Ukraine crisis. What are your plans for partnerships at continental level to leverage on the two themes of the year. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take the second question from there, and then we'll come back to the last question.
Thank you for the good presentation. This is Norman from the ARC here in South Africa. To the last presenter, he has shown that the intervention or the analysis that he has done is pointing to local production. I'm very much interested in what will be the impact on social issues such as job creation and so on, because I think the message will probably come out loud and clear if the impact on the social side is demonstrated from this analysis.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is right here. And then we'll give our panelists an opportunity to respond.
Hello everyone, my name is Kat Curie, I'm from Cameroon. My question goes to Dr. Gabriel. So you mentioned site-specific, measures that are used to be able to increase yields. I wanted to ask, is it still in the research phase? And if not, has it succeeded? How can you scale this up? And what are the strategies that you have used to be able to scale this up? And then the second question, what challenges have you encountered and how did you manage to solve them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is what we'll do. I'll give you an opportunity to answer, and in answering, please also provide your parting shot. So we'll start with Andre, then we'll come to Rabi online, then we'll come to Gabriel, then we'll come to Inga. The second part of her question had touched a bit on the issues of scaling. So maybe you can just comment on what we are doing in terms of scaling and also give your parting remarks. And then to the other two panelists, also just give you a shot to then give your concluding remarks. Okay.
Thank you. With regards to regional partnerships within the region, in the last 10 years that we've been working as a pretty large multinational team, we've worked in several countries. The idea is to continue working cross borders, cross scale, working with a range of partners. Unfortunately, we don't have money to work with everybody, but we are also working very hard on soliciting further funding to be able to increase the networks of the people that we work with. But I'll be at cocktails, we can talk about that further. Just a very quick comment on our Professor Muta. Thank you very much. That was a really interesting presentation, and there's a lot of food for thought. And please expect an email from me. I would love to hear how we can collaborate on your level of thinking with ours. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. We'll come to Rabi now to respond.
Thank you all. Would be delighted, Andre, to follow up on this study and maybe expand it to the African continent. The question that came is a very important question, and the answer is not an easy one. Yes, there is a job creation by increasing the domestic crop production. However, the dilemma that we went through in doing that is, what do you optimize? Do you optimize with self-sufficiency and reduce the food production and food costs at the consumer level, or you improve and increase the export of food so that it can increase the income from the farm sector and increase the productivity of agriculture in general to the GDP. These are not necessarily the same questions. They both support the farmers, but the bigger question is, what do you optimize the GDP contribution of agriculture to GDP, or you work on lowering the domestic or lowering the food costs by increasing the domestic. Both of these are social factors. They have trade-offs, and they both have social implications. And I think the discussions are still ongoing with the local policymakers to increase food production, whether for export or whether for self-sufficiency. But those are two big questions that we were battling with. And I would be delighted to further engage with you with some questions as we move forward, even after the session is done. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. Gabriel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The work we're doing, it was initially mostly research, looking at small-scale farmers. But commercial farmers have operationalized this in South Africa, where they use GIS and other technologies to manage application of your fertilizers and your water in their fields. And the ARC, Sue sitting at the back, she actually provides training to practitioners on this. So it is being operationalized. I guess one of the challenges we faced, I think one of the panelists said it, when we were doing the trials in the villages, I was accused of being a witch because farmers were experiencing a doubling and in some area tripling in yields. And you find that the neighboring farmers, in one of the dry seasons, they lost all their crop. But initially, the main challenge was uptake by communities. That's why having to study what triggers which community to take certain decisions was very helpful. Also, in selecting which approaches they're likely to use up till now. I can happily say that till today, since I left the Ministry of Agriculture, I still get calls from the community members asking me when I'm coming back. As a parting shot, I would like to say it is important that we ourselves as practitioners, as the researchers in the room, start thinking about how do we improve our water use efficiency and contributing towards the transformational adaptation. Should we be rethinking the kind of crops that we're planting now, or technology to improve the crops that we're planting now, so that we don't find ourselves having crop failure in the years where water supply assurance is not sufficient. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Inga?
Thank you. Really interesting and very diverse perspectives. Maybe to try to just bring two thoughts together. You know, I was listening to the presentation that you made on industry standards, and just today, in fact, I was attending a boot camp, a regional boot camp for agribusinesses, like Williams Zonful. And we were talking about what are these major constraints in the enabling environment. Industry standards sort of, you know, is one of those top issues coming up. And in fact, it even went so far as, you know, we spoke about some of the early accelerators that were developed 10, 15 years ago. Many of those companies can't find them anywhere. Where are they, you know? And it's because of these kind of issues that they sort of fail after that 5-year, you know, suicide, what do they call it? The value of death, exactly. So really interesting points there. But what acceleration programs are trying to do is not only just provide sort of scaling grants to agribusinesses, but it's also helping them navigate this. You know, so we provide technical assistance to help them navigate,
industry standards, tax exemption, partnership mapping, and that brings me to the next point, just around the need for innovative partnerships. This seems to come up a lot now, and so what is a partnership, an innovative partnership in this day and age? I think we always talk about the need for partnerships, but sort of understanding what is needed in our current agri-food system for partnerships to succeed, and to measure the impact of partnerships is really important. But yeah, I mean, I think it's about learning alliances. This is what we're trying to do. Bringing both, our NAS networks, Cardessa, Asareka, I know they're in the room, but also these non-traditional partners, television shows, other types of partners to be able, but yeah, I think the gap is still trying to measure impact of these non-traditional partnerships. So if anyone's interested, I'm really keen to chat more about that.
Thank you very much, Inga. You can pass it on to William.
Okay, thank you very much. I think from the discussions, I think it has come clear that as entrepreneurs, it's very important for us to come up with innovative business models. And also in terms of technology, you need to know you need to choose the right horse to ride, because some of the technology might not be appropriate with the small scale farmers, because it's not something which it's something which just is just imposed to the farmers rather than getting what the farmers would want. So it's always important for us, as much as we are trying to find solutions, we also encompass the recommendations from the people who are intending to benefit from the technology. Thank you.
Thank
you. I think in certain instances it's quite early to become proactive, not to be seen greenwashing as nascent new industries. And I think one of the important opportunities around preventing that, because we want to care for our environment, we want to be assessed against standards where we can demonstrate that we care for our environment. We want to care for the people that prepare the products that we deliver to the market. But I think there's an opportunity in the early information that gets dispensed, information that gets shared with small-scale producers, that from as early as possible in the process, that a knowledge base is developed on what leadership looks like around human rights and environmental issues. And in that way, I think, to the professor's point earlier, where Africa rise, I think Africa can lead in that regard. If you think of organic production, for example, many producers are organic producers by default. And if that market were to grow, it would be hoped that Africa would take up that position as a leader, as a thought leader, as a progressive, transparent thought leader around that.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session. I think for me, what has come out of this session is that the agri-food system is complex. We had different speakers from very different and diverse backgrounds, but they were all essentially speaking to the same system, which is the agri-food system, but from different perspectives. We spoke from the secularity perspective, we spoke from the enterprise agribusiness perspective, we spoke from the entrepreneur's perspective, we spoke from an industry and understanding of standards perspective. Gabriel brought in a bit of farmer's perspective. Rabbi then came in to really tie it up in terms of understanding trade-offs and synergies across this space, what gives, what goes, and what does it mean when we are taking decisions and the implications of those decisions. So what that brings about is the sense of the enormity of the tasks, because all of us are all approaching the same issue. All of us are right in our own ways, and all of those truths need to be applied. Now, how do we bring about and merge all those different perspectives and all those different truths and apply it within the same context, because the client is the same. It's the small farmers that we're all trying to develop. So how do we synergize our different perspectives and our different knowledges, not just the scientific knowledge, but also indigenous knowledge and other forms of knowledge that we might not have touched on today. And I think that's a challenge that we, as policymakers, as researchers, as practitioners, as civil society, we need to come out today and ask ourselves that how do we start responding to this challenge? And the other part of it is it's not only complex, it's also a complex system in transition. So it's not just waiting and sitting idle. It is evolving by the day, and it is getting more and more complex. So that's where the transformation comes in, that how do we then come in to transform this? How do we tame this? And those disruptive innovations, the innovative partnerships need to come in. Equitable partnerships that are inclusive and representative need to come in. The technology, the data, the entrepreneurship, everything needs to come in. And over and above it all is the policies to enable and create an enabling environment for all these things to play a catalytic role. So thank you very much, everyone. I'll hand over to the chair, I think. Chilidzi, is it you announcing the cocktail, or there's another person announcing the cocktail? Can we please give a big round of applause to our panelists?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that panel. Thank you, everyone, for the patience. I know the program had said will end at 5:30, but we have now stretched it to 6 o'clock. And whilst we sincerely apologize for taking longer than we had planned, the fact that you're all still in the room shows that this was not a boring session. So thank you very much to the speakers that shared their experiences. We are going to transition now to just a short break for you to stretch, and then we hope you can join us at 6:30 in the main cafeteria area for a cocktail evening. There is going to be just a short program, but the rest of the evening is really yours. For those that want to, just meet new people, network, and for those that perhaps have flown longer than most, that are feeling a bit tired, we will relieve you and free you at 10 past 7. So it's not going to be a long night. It's going to be from 6:30 to about 10 past 7. Maybe let's say 7:15. And then you'll have the evening to yourself. Everyone else, I am sure that the wine will be flowing and the conversation can go on. We will meet again tomorrow morning. We are giving you a bit of a late-ish start. Tomorrow morning we'll start at 8:30 with a summary of today's events, and the first session will begin at 9 o'clock. So have a good evening, and we meet by the cocktail side. Thank you.
Attendant.